Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How are we doing? It is time. It's time for a new trial. I've been keeping this one a little bit close to the vest. Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land. I'm from the Moorian Empire or whatever, bitch snitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been before. Find me one that won. God dang, you're right. Don't go down this. It's not the path. Don't have time for stupidity. Some clever dick on the internet didn't find the great loophole in all of the world's law. Bitch snitch. God dang, you're right. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. God dang, you're right. Moorish Empire. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. Moorish Empire. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. Late evening U.S. people. People. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How are you doing? How are you all doing here? I hope you're doing great. Today is going to be kind of a chill stream and a case update. We got a lot of case updates. We got to update you on 8 different cases. But before we go, I'm just going to acknowledge straight out of the gate that my audio is absolute garbage. And I understand it may not sound great to you as we go on. All bets are off. I've got some sort of gremlin in the computer system that is really, really effing up my audio. To the point where I can't show videos and comment while they're playing because it's just utterly unintelligible. There's something going on in here. And I spent the vast majority of yesterday trying to deal with whatever gremlins are in the audio. Didn't get a single thing solved. And we're working on it again today after the show, but I'm doing my best. I'm gonna do my best with the audio that I've got today. So please bear with any audio problems that may occur throughout the day. Hey, welcome everybody who is all here today. We've got a bunch of peeps. Porcelain Thunder was first. Mike L. We got Rachel K. Swan Lake Lady Island. Heather Sparrow. Sadie. We've got KT. We've got Ann S. We got Cindy. Volpe Fox is here. Hey. Wow, we got a bunch of peeps. And if I don't mention, I'm sorry, I'm just kind of scrolling. There's 118 of you here. We've got Flux and John and Catherine and Janie JOV79. What's up, Flux? Pants are prison. Booterberry is joining us all the way from I think she's an hour or two ahead of me, maybe. Anyway, from Aussie land. Julian McBride. We got Val G, Unhung Hero, Alan Walsh, Grounds, and me. I joined here. And we got a bunch of people here in Otaku. We got Otaku Bubba. We already mentioned Danielle. What's up, Danielle? Danielle Nels, Chelsea B, Rosalind Duke, Ann S. There's so many people here. Hey, Joe. We got Marmite. Finally caught you live. What's up, Marmite? Andy Strong. We got Andy Strong in the house. Oh, great. Now my right monitor just went blank. Oh, now both of my monitors went blank. Okay, they're back. It does that like 10 minutes after I fire up. It always does that, and I don't know why, but I'm not arguing because they always come back. Ty Brenner says, what did I pop in on? You popped in on a case update. We got a lot of cases to update today. M. Young, Ann S. Catherine, J. Liebga. Hey, what's up? It's been a minute. Flug. Danny on direct in the house. Love the thumbnail. Yeah, I just threw that little bad boy together. Welcome, Danny. Ann S. I think, is that just about everybody? We got Bridget. I think we met John H. 2004. I think we mentioned you. It's going too much here. Adara the Wholesome. Hey, Tammy Holcomb in the house. What's up, Tam? Angel Australia. Ms. K. Grift. All righty. I think the other Danielle. We've got Danielles everywhere today. All right. Chappie. I'm trying to catch up here. McCrae, Choppy. I think we have. Do we have all the Danielles? We have most of the. We have 2/3 of the Danielles that I'm aware of here today. So, all right, everybody. Morgan Day, welcome. And Adara the Wholesome kicking us off. Good. Here we go. Less than 100 likes. Rookie numbers. Yeah, we're getting there. We got 75 now. We got 140. Well, let's just do that right now. Thank you so much for kicking us off with the first super chat of the day. Make sure those keep coming in because we know we have to unlock Doggo Cam. We've been very lucky. We've unlocked Doggo Cam 2 days in a row. Let's see if we can keep it up because that would be awesome. We had a very long dry spell, and now we've got some Doggo Cam. The dogs are just out cold. I'll talk about that in just a quick second. Thank you so much for the support, Adara the Wholesome, and for kicking us off. Rush to Judgment. Hey, everybody. All right. I'm going to have to stop saying hi to everybody. If I didn't mention you, just please. Oh, Phoenix Fire. Okay, I think I did. Melody, Nicole, Chris McGinn, Bridget. I think that's it. Hey, I think I got everybody. If I didn't, I'm so sorry. Rosalind Duke has been a member for 4 months, says, here for it all. Love this chat. I love the chat, too. Chat is so good. We'll talk more about the chat a little bit later. But now, see, now I've got this thing like where I have like this little light streak here in my stash, and when it catches the sun, it just seems like it's like poking out. Damn it! All right, I'm way self-conscious today because this audio could just go south anytime. I mean, literally anytime. And I had a heart attack because my computer wouldn't start this morning. I pushed the power button and it just clicked at me, and it just clicked at me, and it just clicked at me, and I was having a heart attack, and I just unplugged everything and plugged it back in, and it started. So, woohoo, I'm here. I have no idea what's going on with this computer right now. So we'll have to defutz it later. We do have the like and subscribe poll, everybody, though. So please make sure you hit that like button. Make sure you hit the subscribe button if you haven't already done so. If you have done so, please just double check to make sure you're still subscribed because YouTube is asshole and they randomly just unsubscribe people. I don't know why. They just do it. So I mentioned it. And then take our like and subscribe poll, which has nothing to do with anything. Like, subscribe, and vote. Up with miniskirts. Down with hot pants. Pants are prison. And, huh? Those are your lame choices today. All right. Who are we and why are we here? I'm Legal Vices, of course, and you're here because you want to figure out what's going on with these cases. Dang, I got an itchy nose. Oh, woohoo, says Volpe Fox. Payday generosity. Payday generosity. Thank you so much. Deeply, deeply appreciated. Very, 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 very generous of you. Thank you. My brain is running on about 4 cylinders today because last night I had like Tucker Carlson, I had my own Russian invasion. I had a bunch of Russian friends over. They came over at 7 p.m. We stopped drinking and everybody went home at 3 a.m. And right now it's 11 a.m. I actually got a pretty decent sleep, but I fell asleep on the couch, sitting up on the sofa, like literally just because I'm a dork. It's like that when you get drunk and you think 3:30 a.m. is a really great time to eat some cold fried chicken. And for some reason, I was like in my underwear. I sat on the sofa, ate some chicken, had some Coke, not cocaine. I had some Coca-Cola with some cold. Korean fried chicken is awesome hot. It's incredible cold. So yeah, I had some Korean fried chicken and Coca-Cola sitting in my underwear on the couch, and I just zonked out. And I woke up like 6:30. Oh, great. Now you get to hear my own audio. Great. That's lovely. Uh, so I just woke up sitting like this, freezing to death at 6:30 this morning, and then I went in bed and hung out there until about 9, and then I came out here. So now, as you just heard the little beep beep, for some reason we get to hear notifications as well. This is great. I love my audio. We have to figure out why we're hearing notifications now. Oh God! So that was my night last night. So I'm still a little bit fuzzy headed. The synapses haven't all started firing. I'm hydrating just as much as I possibly can with my awesome Geralt mug. It's my Geralt, Yennefer, and Ciri mug that I picked up at Anime Matsuri last August. But it's full of ice cold water right now. So that's kind of where we are today. That's how I got here. And as soon as we wrap this up, I'm going to go back and spend another day figuring out what's wrong with the computer, and I'll probably come up with nothing. But we've got 8 cases to cover today, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to cover the 8 cases and see how awesome and as well as everything goes. So, yeah, ground. And I'm the microphone again is so hot. It's so hot that. I mean, I'm going to have to do something because the microphone is way hot and I can hear my own dogs breathing. I don't know how much of that is bleeding through to you, but they're not even snoring. I can hear them breathing, and horrifically, while I was getting ready through the mic, I could hear one of the dogs farting. And if any of you know bulldogs, that's all they do all day, every day. So yeah. That's all we're doing, and I'm assuming typing. Let me try typing and see how much you can hear of the typing. All right, that's we can't have that. I don't know why we got this this thing beeping here. All right, I'm gonna have to shut that down there. I have no idea why we're getting all of my notification audio through here, but F it. All right, let's start. Bella Stella, thank you so much for the $10. Good morning, Jeff. Love the mug. Me too. This is a great mug. It was like the last one, and I can't remember if they charged me more or gave me a discount. But they did something with the price because I bought the last one. Thank you so much, Bella Stella, for the support. We need to get into these stories now because there's a bunch of stuff to look at, read, and do. Because there's so many cases that are out in the wind right now. We're waiting for them to come to trial. Some of them won't go to trial. We're just giving updates. And oh, good. Tanya says, don't hear the dog farts or notifications because all I'm hearing is like beep beep beep. Beep beep as other messages from 5 different messenger apps come in. Just hear okay, so you can hear the clickety click of the typing. That's good. I mean, it's bad, but it's fine. Anyway, the first thing we're going to talk about today, the first case I want to talk about, and we're going to do this sort of like we always do because I'll clip these and make them into individual short videos later. So I'll just kind of read through it, talk about it, and then we'll come back and we'll look at any super chats that come in during the messaging, any messages that come in during the reading time here. So please, by all means, continue to send those super chats. I'll just get to them after we read about Sarah Boone. All right, where do we start? Okay, the first news story we want to talk about is going to be Sarah Boone. So let's talk about Sarah Boone. Everybody wants to know what's up with Sarah Boone. Many of us know, but we need a little bit of a quick update. Let me share the screen here with Ms. Sarah. All right. Oh, hey, we got Medicare Advantage advisors. Sarah Boone loses her 7th attorney ahead of her murder trial. Yeah. We were all laughing and thinking it was a bunch of fun when attorney number 6 resigned. But hey, we're on attorney number 8 now because 7 just decided he wanted to eject on this. And let me bring this down here a little bit and making that as much as possible. All right, let's read through this and figure out where we are with Sarah Boone at the moment, shall we? Orlando, Florida, in what feels like it feels like in what feels like a scene out of the movie Groundhog Day. Sarah Boone. Yeah, it's not a big surprise, is it really, that she's getting rid of another lawyer? Sarah Boone has once again found herself without an attorney and has written a letter to the judge asking for help. This time she wasn't trying to get rid of the lawyer. I should clarify that. This lawyer wanted out. Like lawyer number 6 wanted out, lawyer number 7 also wants out. Boone is charged with second-degree murder in the death of her husband, Jorge or George Torres, who died after he was zipped inside a suitcase. Boone told police that she put him in a luggage as part of a game of hide and seek that went wrong. Because that's not what most adults do. They don't play hide and seek and they don't get there. And especially when she's sitting there on video doing this, now you know how it feels. Yeah, she was taunting the guy. She put him in there apparently out of anger, from what I can see. Got him drunk and put him in the suitcase and was mocking him and blaming him. And what I've always said is some of the most disturbing audio I've ever heard is he's begging to get out, as he's starting to die and suffocate. She's liquored up, allegedly, and he's sitting in there in the suitcase going, Sarah, Sarah, Sarah. And she just goes, shh. That was some creepy stuff. So yeah, apparently, according to her, though, they were just playing hide and seek and it went wrong. Winston Hobson, the 7th in a string of attorneys who have represented Boone, filed a motion to withdraw on Thursday, citing irreconcilable differences, just like a divorce, irreconcilable differences, including but not limited to ethical considerations. Now, what that normally means is she wants him to lie. That's normally what it means. It normally means your client wants you to lie, and you cannot lie to the court. And what happens if your client lies, knowingly lies to the court, or if your client asks you to lie to the court, you often need to do what's called a noisy withdrawal or a loud withdrawal. You have to go, hey, I ain't doing this. I'm not committing any ethical violations, Judge. I want out. You can't just go, we don't get it. You have to sort of let them know what the reasons are and why. So that seems to be what he's doing here with this ethical considerations. That's why he wants out, ethical considerations. Hobson was appointed to represent Boone after her 6th attorney, Frank Bankowitz, withdrew from her case in August, telling the judge he would not represent a client who called him a dud and buffoon. When the 6th lawyer also said that the only way this would go forward is if she represented herself, and that would probably be the best thing for her to do because ain't nobody going to satisfy her. The judge, see, this is a new thing. There's a new judge as well. And we got a new judge. So she's got a new judge and a new defense lawyer. The judge who will hear Hobson's motion to withdraw is new to the case. Judge Michael Clenney has taken over the case from Judge Wayne Wooten. Boone had previously written a number of letters from jail to Judge Wooten, bemoaning the length of time she has had. She's been held in the delays in her trial and her perceived lack of access to attorneys. I don't know why there's a new judge on the case. I searched for a bit and I couldn't really find anything, and I was too busy dealing with all the audio issues we talked about earlier to deal with it. But she has a new judge and a new lawyer, apparently. So Hobson said in his motion to withdraw that he had met with Boone in person at the jail via video. Boone's first letter to Judge Clenney claims she has only spoken to Hobson on one occasion for a total of 3 hours and has never received any phone calls. Boone made no secret of her disdain for Judge Wooten in her letter, blaming him for the delays in their case along with her attorneys. Finally, a new judge. It's strange how the Lord works. Yeah, it's strange how the Lord works, isn't it? Ugh. It's strange how the Lord works. When I was in the process of trying to disqualify Wooten after being my judge 4 years and me still incarcerated with nothing to show other than 7 different attorneys, not by choice. News clips of me walking in and out of the courtroom and everything relative to my case permitted to be slathered on the global internet, and in which I have not seen myself. I felt he was the ticket holder to my hyped, illicitly distributed, misconstrued criminal case. Wow, that's some words, isn't it? I felt he was the ticket holder to my overly hyped, illicitly distributed, misconstrued criminal case. Yeah, it's a criminal case in air quotes when your boyfriend somehow gets stuffed in a suitcase, possibly rolled down the stairs while he's in the suitcase and suffocated. Quote, criminal case. Nice. And a great reason I am still here. Again, ongoing 4 years and 7 attorneys later. In her letter, Boone asks to be included in all future hearings. Either way, I'm still here, waiting patiently and very excited to get this highly anticipated show on the road. Thank you in advance, Judge Cranick. Welcome. Oh, welcoming him to the trial. Okay. The next hearing in Boone's case is scheduled for May 3rd. So we're not going to hear from Boone until May 3rd. Ahead of the anticipated May 13th trial, the judge will likely schedule a hearing sooner to address the motion to withdrawal. Yeah, if I'm assuming he's going to grant the motion. If he grants the motion, you can take that May 13th start date and just kind of toss it in the bin because it ain't going to happen. It would be pushed back again because the lawyer would need time to bring himself up to date on the case. The new lawyer, whoever it is, well, if it is, she might. I hope to God she's thanking the Lord here. How the Lord works in mysterious ways. If the Lord does work in cool, mysterious ways, she'll end up representing herself. That would be fun. I would like that. That would be good. Well, that's where we sit on the Sarah Boone case. May 3rd is the next date. They're probably going to have a motion earlier, a hearing on the motion to withdraw a little bit earlier than that. They're probably, I guess, going to allow the lawyer to withdraw, in which case a new lawyer will be found one way or another, or she'll represent herself. But in either case, the May 13th start date, I think, is off the table at this point. We'll have to wait and find out if that is the case. That's it for Sarah Boone. All right, what happened while I was gone? Now I get to pay attention to you people. She has a new attorney and same trial date. Oh, that's right. It was today, wasn't it? Dang it. I read that and I forgot that. Okay, well, see, we've got to let me scan this here because we have differing opinions here in chat. Sarah Boone. Nudes. 8 hours ago. A Winter Park woman accused in gets new lawyer. All right, well, let's do this. We can make an addendum to that. I forgot that was today. I knew one of these was today, and I couldn't remember which one. So let's do this. Let's go back. This is the Sarah Boone addendum. That's okay. This is the Sarah Boone addendum. So we're going to start here. We'll read this next article, and then we'll continue. This just in, we have an update on the Sarah Boone case. Things are going wild here. There was a hearing today, actually. So here is the update to the update. Let's have the update to the update, shall we? This was last minute, and thanks to the chat who pointed this out. All right, let's embiggen this again so we can read the update to the update. There we go. Winter Park woman. A woman accused of killing her boyfriend by leaving him zipped in a suitcase is getting a new lawyer. So she gets the new lawyer. This is the 7th attorney. What? It's not the 7th, pal. It's the 8th. It's the 8th. Come on, people. Don't do that to me. In her second-degree murder case, Boone was arrested in 2020 and went in front of a judge Friday after her latest attorney asked to withdraw. Investigators say she and her boyfriend, Jorge or George Torres Jr., played a game of hide-and-seek at her apartment near Winter Park, and Torres climbed into a large suitcase. She zipped it up, and the detectives believed he could get himself out. Oh, she believed he could get himself out, and he went to bed. She found him dead in the suitcase the next morning. A video recording allegedly made by Boone shows the suitcase with Torres inside. That's what I was just talking about, as he begged her to let him out and told her he could not breathe. Since then, Boone has repeatedly run into issues with their lawyers. Many of them have withdrawn because they said they could not see eye to eye with Boone. Yeah. The most recent lawyer to withdraw, Winston Hobson, told the judge that Boone has ideas about how to defend her case that don't line up with his thoughts. Ms. Boone had some ideas about what should be done, should not be done. I don't agree with those. Some things she wants done, I won't do. See, again, that says he wants him to lie or do some shady shit, which he can't ethically do. Boone claims she has not been able to contact Hobson. I've been here 4 years, and I'm tired of being here, and I'm tired of going through all these attorneys, which are not my fault. Oh, nothing is ever her fault, is it? Everything is always somebody else's fault. Sarah. Boone said, when 100 days have passed and I haven't heard or said or done anything other than try to figure out where you are because your phone doesn't work, I'm not a bad person because of that. The judge appointed Patricia Cashman to represent Boone, but did not postpone the start of her murder trial. It's currently set to begin in May. All right, that's the update to the update there. It's still scheduled for May. I'm still going to say that there's a good chance it's going to be delayed, but for now, the May date is still on. So let's keep that date there and get her on the road. But see, that's going to be kind of a bummer. If it starts on May 13th, I'm going to be sad because I want to cover that trial, but that's also I'll be going on vacation a few days after it starts. So we'll see how it goes. All right, peeps. Thank you for that. Thank you for that update. That helped us out quite a bit. Leave Princess Sarah alone. Gosney's cellmate. Yeah. She wants him to say if the suitcase don't fit, you must acquit. Well, the suitcase fit, so there's no acquittal there. All right, let's check what happened here while I was gone. All right, we did that. We did Adara's numbers. We did that. Volpe, Fox, Woo, Payday, Event Generosity. We got that. Cindy T. Thank you so much, Cindy T. Long week. So glad for some updates with the Law Racks in chat. It was a long week for me too, but I'm glad we're all here together. Thank you. Thank you so much for taking the time out of your Friday night, your Saturday morning, wherever it is and whatever you're doing and all that stuff, just to be here with me because, frankly, I like being here with you. It's you I like. It's not the way you do your hair. Cindy T, thank you so much. Unhung Hero, drunken underwear snacking at 3 a.m. Good times. That's also one of the joys of being single. I remember my ex, whenever she'd go, like my ex-wife, do you mind if I go visit my family this weekend? I'm like, no, go. She's like, you're just excited to get me out of the house. You just can't wait for me to leave so you can go out and party all night with your friends and do things. I'm like, no, I can't wait for you to go because I get to order KFC, a whole bucket of KFC or a pizza, sit in my underwear, watch really, really bad movies that you don't like to watch, and nobody's going to yell at me about it. We did Bella Stella. Thank you so much there. And thank you so much, Unhung Hero. Cheesehead lost on Bourbon Street. Loki, my naked cat, says, I want an Egyptian hairless cat. I really do. That's like one of my life goals. He would love to hang out with the puppers one day if he can sit on them. Cheers with some gin today. Yeah, I had lots of gin last night. So cheers with water. How's that? Thank you so much for the support, Cheesehead. Oh, and that reminds me, got to check my phone here because I hope you hear it at some point. Where is it? Oh, we got a super thanks that I wanted to mention, but of course, nothing is showing up here on the oldie phone. It's usually there, but let me. It was I can't remember who it was from. So I'm just checking really quick here on my phone to see who it is. 10 gauge Cheesehead. So we have lots of Cheeseheads here. Unless you're the same person, you've changed your name since the other day. 10 gauge Cheesehead says It's a new $2 super chat from 10 Gauge Cheesehead. Thanks from 10 Gauge Cheesehead, it says. Well, thank you if you happen to be watching this. Thank you so much. And anybody on Replay Crew, you can always just go down there and click that super thanks button. It's same as a super chat, so you can super chat even though you're not here. Isn't that cool? Thank you so much, Cheesehead Lost on Bourbon Street, for being a supporter for 17 months. That's some OG stuff right there. We've barely been doing this barely been doing memberships for 17 months. Bridget, who's been a member for 7 months. Have you ever had a client as difficult as Boone? Nope. What do you do with someone so difficult as her? You do your best, and then you say, Judge, let me out. Just exactly what the previous 7 lawyers have done. The only real difficult, just like difficult client I ever had was a Singaporean guy that we defended who had been caught with it. It was like 2 kilograms of meth in his bag. Well, they call it the Philippong here in Korea, the Philippong. It's basically meth. And hell, he was technically, Korea doesn't, they still have the death penalty, but they don't actually use it. It's been quite a long minute since they've used it, but technically he was facing life imprisonment or death for the amount of meth that he smuggled in. And he probably, not probably, we would have been offed in Singapore. We worked our ass off and eventually got him 7 years. We got him a 7-year sentence. And he was pissed. He was pissed that he got 7 years. Of course, he was like, I don't know how that got in my suitcase argument. That's not my meth. I don't know how it got there. But yeah, he was pissed. Like, dude, you could be in jail for the rest of your life. You better just get on your knees and thank whatever gods you worship that you got 7 years. So yeah, that was really the only difficult client. Just seriously, oh my God, would you please stop client that I've ever really dealt with. There's a lot that are really annoying, and there's countless that are just minorly annoying, but that was the only one that just really made me just go, ah. Well, that's where we are. Oh, hell. All right, let's get through some more of these here. Thank you, Bridget, by the way, for being a supporter for 7 months. Blue Varo has been a member for 10 months too. Thank you so much for the 10 months of support. And Island bringing the $2. Judge Wooten moved to juvie court. Okay, so he moved. All right, it was nothing to do with her. Good, that's all right. That's why I kept trying to find out why he was recused. I was doing some wrong search terms. I was trying to find why he was recused, what happened, and apparently it was just a shift to juvie court, which I'm sure he is absolutely thrilled about. He's like, oh my God, I finally get to get away from her. And Stingy, what's up, Stingy, who's been a member for 15 months. I'm feeling that I'm getting a new month, the 15th. Oh, I'm filing that I get a new month. Filing or filling? I'm not sure what we're going for. I'm filing that I'm getting a new month, the 15th. The 15th month just seems to keep that count growing, and it's all my fault. That is a very cryptic message, Stingy. Thank you for being cryptic. But hey, I appreciate the support for 15 months. Hopefully I'll have an equally cryptic message next month when it's the 16th month. Look under fan funding at Legal Vices, where you go from live to top chat. You can find all the supers and milestones in case you can't in StreamYard. I don't have to do that. First of all, they're all in StreamYard. Second, we have our creator studio on YouTube that has viewer activity that has all of that there. So that suggestion would actually be the third and most awkward way of getting there. So they're all there. Okay. Thank you so much for that pointer, Rose. StreamYard takes care of all of it. The creator studio that I have right up here. The creator studio is nice. It tells me how many concurrent viewers I have, how many likes, what the super chat revenue is, which is $26 now, which means we're 75 away from unlocking Doggo Cam. It tells you the ads automator is on or off, monetization's on or off. It gives all the stream settings, the analytics, the viewer activity, stream health, shopping. It does everything. It's a great little studio. It's awkward to work from within, but it tells you everything you need to know. And what it is telling us, we got 276 concurrent viewers and 191 likes. And I'm so grateful for you 273 people that are here, because it's Friday evening for a great deal of you. It's early frickin' Friday morning for some of you in Europe, and it's your Saturday afternoon here in Asia area in Far East. You could be anywhere doing anything with anybody right now, and you've chosen to be here with me. I really, really do deeply appreciate that. I never take for granted a single view, because you could literally be doing anything else in your life, in the entire universe, with anybody, but you choose to be here. So thank you very much for that. So the other 70, you get on there and smash that like button, and let's keep going with this here. We have Stingy, not cryptic, did it right as you read the update. Okay. It's cryptic to me because I still can't figure it out. But again, I have Russian party brain still trying to sort itself out. I mean, my math is so bad. 283 people here, 211 likes. That means there's 72 people that haven't hit the like button. See, I can do basic math. So there. Still cryptic. All right. Well, who are we going to talk about? What are we going to talk about next? Let's talk about Karen Reed, shall we? We got one brief Karen Reed update. And Karen Reed, I believe, let me see this here. Why do we only have one Karen Reed story? That's the question. Hang on, I need to add a couple of Karen Reed stories. I have 3 Karen Reed stories, and only one of them is coming up for some reason. That's not good. Hang on, let me do this, cut and paste. Well, that's the one that I have up. All right, let's cut and paste the other ones. Excuse me here. Gotta copy and paste this. I don't know why. Okay, all right. I actually did have that one open, and for some reason I shut it. And then we will go to this. This is the important. I almost missed the most important Karen Reed update. All right, there we go. We're ready to do the Karen Reed thing. And while I was getting ready for that, a few more chats came in. So let's read them, shall we? Heather Sparrow. Hi, Heather Sparrow. Thank you so much for this super duper awesome $10 super chat. I need a little bit of dogs. Love your hat, Jeff. Thanks. This is from the Aran Sweater Market in Ireland, makers of my fine sweater products. My scarves, all of my gloves, my flat cap hats, and they all come from the Aran Sweater Market in Ireland. The dogs are dead. I mean, Yoda just sleeps all the time anyway. But Strawberry has this thing. Dargy has this thing where if she's just with me, she'll lay down and go to sleep on the couch. She doesn't care. We'll play for like 30 seconds. She'll go, I'm done. I'm tired. But if somebody is over at the house, she won't stop moving until literally won't stop moving and demanding attention until they leave. So she usually goes to sleep about 10 o'clock. All the Russians, she wasn't having anything to do with sleep, and she didn't sleep or move and sort of stopped moving till about 3:30 in the morning. And so she is just dead. She's just dead asleep here on the floor next to me. So the doggos are a bit here, and they're right here. They're just waiting, and looks like we're 57 away from unleashing Doggo Cam. That's our goal. The unlocking the dog achievement is the Hundy mark, and we're about 57 away from that. So thank you so much. A little bit of doggo. Love your hat, Jeff. Heather Sparrow. Hopefully you got the hat. Hopefully we'll get the dogs a bit later. The Chuggy Show live. What's up, Chuggy? Here with deep dish pizza, my favorite ice cream for dessert. See, the way I read that is like, oh, here I am with like deep dish pizza ice cream. That sounds really bad, but I know what you mean. Let's go. And that's what we had last night with the Russians. We got a thin crust. They have this Papa John's here, and I don't know if it's the same with the Papa John's everywhere. Papa John's here in Korea, they have this new thin crust where they put like a layer of cheese on the bottom of the thin crust, so it makes it like extra crispy. And it got the cheese, the crispy cheese crust pepperoni. We got a regular crust pepperoni, and the Russians insisted that we get a ham and pineapple pizza, which whatever. Let them have their way, and it's that old pineapple on pizza thing. Yeah, we did that. We got some breadsticks and some brownies too. So that was it. Thank you so much, Chugi Show, for the super chat. So I'm plumb full of pizza myself. And Aaron Olivia is a new member. Aaron Olivia, welcome to the Clean and Sober crew. Steph, what's up, Steph? Steph is in the chat. Apparently, Steph is now about an hour and 20 minutes away from my house in Japan. Jared with a $5 super chat. Your computer symptoms sound like the motherboard failure to me. Source IT for over 20 years. Previously Dell and HP hardware certified. Well, I hope not. I don't think so. Because it just for some reason it didn't start, but it did. The audio thing, I installed stuff and that wanked everything up. So I'm hoping it's not a motherboard issue. Because everything is mostly fine. I've just messed with far too many settings to remember where everything was before I started messing with settings. But we're down to just, if I start a video and then if I start a video, my audio becomes super muddy. So, I hope not. If it is my motherboard, then I'll be begging for super chats to replace this computer. But let's hope it's not. Thanks for the concern, Jared. I hope you're wrong. I desperately hope you're wrong. Deep dish is a casserole pizza, right? Okay. I said we were going to talk about Karen Reed. So let's talk about Karen Reed. Get the stash all handsomed up. Let me pull the first story up. That's not the first story I want to read. That's not the first story I want to Karen read. Ha ha ha. See what I did there? Oh, and while I was doing that, Adara was being awesome. Adara, the wholesome pineapple pizza is good. Eating some right now. Fight me. I had a piece. All right. Oh God, this is the problem with chill streams. We get so far afield. My problem with pineapple and on a pizza, especially like it was like ham. I like the sweet, savory, the mix there. I mean, that's a classic flavor profile, sweet and savory, but just pineapple adds extra moisture that pizza doesn't need. The pizza doesn't need extra moisture from the pineapple. That's pretty much my only problem with it. So, all right. Thank you so much, Adara. I'm not going to fight you. I'm not going to judge you. I'm just going to say, it doesn't belong there. And all right, let's do this. Let me bring this up. Share the screen. There we go. There's me sharing the screen, and then we'll bump it off here to the side. Let's update you on the Karen Reed case. Karen Reed, for those of you who don't know, she's the wife of a police officer, and there's a mysterious circumstance surrounding her husband, the police officer's death. They go out for drinks with a bunch of other police officers, and this is a very, 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 very basic, stripped down nutshell version of this. They go out with a bunch of police folks. They go bar hopping around places. She drops her husband off at the house of one of the other police officers where a bunch of partying was going on, and she drives home, and her husband turns up dead in a snowbank in front of this other house. The people say, the state says that she intentionally backed into her husband. She ran over him in the street and left him to die in the snowbank and drove off home. There's a huge lack of evidence in the case. There's lots and lots of evidence of a police cover-up, and I do have other Karen Reed videos where we talk about this in depth. You may want to go way back in the stacks and check those out. I mean, there's a huge amount of evidence to suggest that that something happened at that party after she dropped her husband off that resulted in the death, and there's some shady shit that went on in that house after the death. If I recall correctly, they cemented in the swimming pool a while. I mean, like just filled it with cement. A while later, they replaced all of the carpeting in the basement or the house. I mean, there was some shit that went down at that house. But Karen Reed is being put on trial for the death of her husband. And let's talk about that. Let's give you some updates on that. And as always with the news stories, they give you a little bit of background. So we'll go through the background as it comes up in the articles that we're going to look at. We're going to be looking at 3 articles dealing with Karen Reed here. Let's embiggen that. There we go. That's what we want to do. This is Karen Reed appears in court for motion hearing as trial date inches closer. This controversial case is scheduled to go to trial on March 12th. March 12th is when it's scheduled to go to trial. Well, all right, we don't need that. Go away. The latest developments of the controversial and infamous John O'Keefe murder case played out on Friday morning in Norfolk Superior. I can't do it. Norfolk Superior Court in Dedham, Massachusetts, with Karen Reed herself appearing before a judge. Reed is accused of killing her boyfriend. I said husband, didn't I? I meant her boyfriend, Boston Officer O'Keefe in Canton in 2022, and has pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder charges. Her defense team has alleged a large-scale cover-up, and the case has attracted national attention. Friday's motion hearing began around 9 a.m. with Reed entering the courtroom to applause. People are applauding when she's entering the courtroom. 4 motions were on the docket to be discussed between attorneys representing Reed, other witnesses, and the Commonwealth. Oh, my God. Okay, that can't possibly be here. Residents voted Monday to audit the Canton Police Department. Oh, my God. All right. So these are votes to audit the Canton Police Department over concerns raised during the controversial Karen Reed murder investigation. Oh, see, and that's one thing that's also to mention is dude had dog bites on him. Dude had dog bites on his arm. The owner of the house, the police officer owner of the house, mysteriously got rid of his German Shepherd very shortly after this happened. And there was a huge motion. There was a huge order from the judge ordering them to, and he's like, we just got rid of the dog. We don't know what happened to it. There was a huge motion for a proof of life. The judge says, you find that dog and tell me exactly where that dog is and what happened to it. If you dog just, yeah, so there's a lot of shady shit going on in this Karen Reed trial. During Friday's hearing, the defense argued that there is a close relationship between the McCabe family, Albert family, and Elizabeth and Michael Proctor. Michael Proctor is the state trooper who is the lead investigator in the case, and Elizabeth is his wife. O'Keefe was found dead outside of Brian Albert's home, where Reed was said to have dropped him off after a night of drinking with friends. Jennifer McCabe is Albert's sister-in-law. So let's put that together. Let's put that all together. Brian Albert is the officer that owns the home where the body was found. His sister-in-law is Jennifer McCabe. Right? Then there's Michael Proctor. He and Elizabeth is his wife. And I don't know how all these people fit together, but they're all, it's a close-knit group of people, and they're all investigating each other. The defense tried to paint a picture of biased Proctor because of the connection between the families, using that as ammunition to ask for communications between the Proctors, McCabe, and Albert. McCabe's attorney said Friday that the argument is based on speculation with opposition to the motion, holding that there was not proper legal grounds to release the communications. The second motion was for a protective order and the DNA profiles of the investigating officers. The defense does not wish for the state crime lab to handle their DNA, which the Commonwealth did not disagree to. So that's very interesting. They don't want the state to handle the DNA for the cops that are investigating the case. They want it done by an outside agency, and the defense, the prosecution didn't disagree with that. There was a point of contention about how long the DNA profiles could be kept for and what else they could be used for after compared to a key piece of evidence in the case. The sampling of the investigator's DNA is pending the boundaries of the protective order. The judge would take both motions under advisement. So there's apparently an important piece of evidence that has some DNA on it that they want to figure out if it's the investigator's DNA. Ooh, it gets deeper and deeper here. Two other motions by the defense were brought up but not discussed at length. They were motions for protective orders regarding letters between local and federal prosecutors, as well as for communications with Boston Magazine. The defense said that it would be filing a motion to dismiss, motion for sanctions, and a motion for the DA's office to be disqualified from the case by the end of the day Friday. No decisions were made at the hearing. Another court date is scheduled for January 18th as the March 12th date looms closer. O'Keefe was found in the snow outside the home in Canton on the morning of January 29th, 2022, and later pronounced dead at a hospital. Reed was arrested days later on suspicion of hitting him with her SUV and leaving him to die. In the hours beforehand, O'Keefe and Reed had been drinking at a bar with a group of people, including Albert and McCabe. Prosecutors have said that they were at C.F. McCarthy's bar in Canton with several friends on the night of January 28th, then went to Waterfall Bar and Grill across the street around 11 p.m., where they stayed for about an hour. They left there and were invited to a party at Albert's home on Fairview Road. Hours later, O'Keefe would be found fatally injured outside the house. Reed told the police she dropped O'Keefe off at the house shortly after midnight and went home because she was having stomach issues. Reed returned to the home with two friends earlier in the morning after she was unable to get O'Keefe to respond to her calls and texts, and they found him unresponsive outside the home on Fairview Road in the snow amid blizzard-like conditions. And there's some shit as to how they found that body, too. There's way too much in this case to get involved in right now, but there's some shady shit around how they found that body, too. An autopsy found several abrasions on O'Keefe's right forearm. Those are the dog bites we're talking about. 2 black eyes, a cut to his nose, a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, and multiple skull fractures. Hypothermia was also believed to be a contributing factor in his death. Doesn't that sound like he got the shit kicked out of him inside that house and then they just threw him out in the snowbank, or he left and didn't make it very far? That's what it sounds like to me. Reed was arrested 3 days after O'Keefe's body was found, initially charged with manslaughter. She pleaded not guilty to second-degree murder. Since last year, Reed's team has alleged a large-scale cover-up in the case. They have pointed to McCabe's phone, evidence found on O'Keefe's body, and the state police investigator in charge of the case, who they say had ties to the homeowner. Wow, dog snores. All right, that's the first of 3 articles that I want to look at that sufficiently update us on the Karen Reed case. So let's look at the next article, which provides the next step in the matter here. Lawyers for Karen Reed said they plan to seek sanctions and dismissal. Well, good, because they said the last article said that they were going to be doing that by Friday of that week. And this is from January 5th, so about a month ago. Lawyers for Karen Reed said they plan to seek sanctions in the Mansfield woman's controversial murder case as their March 12th trial date looms ever closer. Defense attorney David Yannetti did not offer specifics on the proposed sanctions or their justification, only noting during a hearing Friday that Reed's lawyers plan to file a motion by the end of the day. He also indicated the defense will file a motion to dismiss, a common tactic in criminal and civil cases, and a motion to disqualify the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office from the Reed case. Boston.com has reached out to Yannetti seeking further information. She's accused of backing her SUV into her boyfriend, Boston officer John O'Keefe, while dropping him off in Canton following a night out with friends in January 2022. They say Reed left O'Keefe to die in the snow outside a fellow Boston police officer's home, but Reed's lawyers have alleged the cover-up and claim an after-party guests are to blame. Let's see, make sure we... Let's see if we get some more information out of this, shall we? Oh yeah, we do. This, oh my lord, this gives us a little more insight into this. Much of Friday's hearing was spent analyzing the relationship between Massachusetts State Police Trooper Michael Proctor, the leading investigator in the case, and Jennifer McCabe, a witness. McCabe was at a bar with Reed and O'Keefe. Her brother-in-law, Brian Albert, also owned the home where O'Keefe's body was found outside the following morning. Right, so the witness is the brother-in-law of the dude who owned the house, and there's a relationship between the state police trooper and the lead investigator in the case. Great. One of the most this is interesting. One of the most contested pieces of evidence in the case is a Google search McCabe allegedly made. Now, again, McCabe is the lead in. Okay, she's a witness. Sorry. Proctor is the lead investigator, one of the lead investigators, and Jennifer McCabe is a witness. And McCabe was at the bar, and her brother-in-law owns the house. I think there was like 13 people at this party, if memory serves me correctly. So there's a lot of intertwining here. 13 law enforcement officers are involved in this in one way or another. Okay, so I'm not doing this. I'm not calling you dumb. I'm calling me dumb. I'm saying this again for myself because it's been a minute since I've updated myself on this case. Brian Albert is the home where the body was found. He owns the home where the body was found. His sister-in-law is a primary witness in this case. Now, the sister-in-law, who's the prime witness, with a prime witness in this case involving a death outside her brother-in-law's house, did this on her phone. One of the most contested pieces of evidence in the case is a Google search McCabe allegedly made for how long to die in cold. Yeah, she did that. Reed's lawyers claim McCabe made the search at 2:27 a.m., hours before his body was found. So how likely is it that at 2:27 a.m. on a random night after partying, the sister-in-law of the homeowner who was hanging around with everybody all day, just for some reason, some random reason, searches her phone for how long to die in cold? And then a few hours later, they find a guy who died in the cold outside the house of her brother-in-law. How weird is that? What a big old coincidence that is, right? Prosecutors, however, say that the timestamp is derived from misinterpreted phone data. I'm sure we'll have lots of phone data experts to do that. On Friday, the defense team asked Judge Beverly Cannon to grant them access to records of calls between McCabe, Proctor, and Proctor's wife, Elizabeth. Lawyers are also seeking communication between Michael Proctor, Brian Albert, or Albert's wife. We've established that there is a close personal relationship between and among Michael Proctor and obviously Elizabeth Proctor and those third-party culprits that have been implicated in this case that we brought to the court's attention, the Alberts and the McCabes, defense attorney Alan Jackson argued in court. He asserted that the Norfolk District Attorney, Michael Morrissey, put Trooper Proctor's neutrality at issue when he released a video message in August denying that Proctor had close personal ties with anyone involved in the investigation. Every suggestion to the contrary is a lie, Morrissey said. Jackson said the defense team has found several photos purportedly showing Proctor's family socializing with relatives of the McCabes and Alberts, citing one photo of Proctor and Brian Albert's nephew, Colin, in a wedding party together in 2012. That's not a lie. It's a photograph, Jackson said. Another point of contention was a social visit McCabe paid to Proctor's home in September. Jackson described the visit as suspicious, but Kevin Reddington, a lawyer for McCabe, said she was meeting with Elizabeth Proctor to commiserate about the negative attention they both have received for their ties to the case. We all know that the September 25th meeting was about harassment and what these two women had been going through in the news media with the extreme harassment they were suffering as a result of them, being witnesses on a case and cooperating with the government's prosecution of Ms. Reed, Reddington said. Andrew Kettlewell, an attorney for Elizabeth Proctor, further asserted that Michael Proctor wasn't even home at the time. Kettlewell described the relationship between the two families as a distant connection and explained that Mr. Proctor's sister has a friend whose sister is married to the Albert family. He added the fact that Colin Albert and Michael Proctor were at the same wedding party, I think, is mitigated somewhat by the fact that Colin Albert was about 10 years old at the time and served as a ring bearer because he was a child. And they want to unseal letters between the DA and the feds. Sounds good. Cannon also heard a motion from prosecutors concerning DNA testing for Proctor and another state police investigator on the case. This is very important. Assistant District Attorney Adam C. Lally explained that there are 3 possible sources of DNA found on Reed's SUV taillight, one belonging to O'Keefe and 2 others of unknown origin. So O'Keefe is the officer. They say that she backed into him and that broke her tail light. And apparently that's when the blood got onto the broken piece of tail light. That was they found like a piece of the broken tail light. But here's the interesting thing. Again, I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying what the video showed. When she pulled out of her house to go look for him, she backed into, I believe it was a dumpster that was in the apartment complex or whatever. So she backed into a dumpster and broke her tail light in that video. So what the people who were speculating about a cover-up are saying is that they took some pieces of that broken taillight. Maybe they were either inside the actual vehicle, you know, where they like smashed it in and some pieces fell there, and somehow got some blood from the body and essentially framed her up for it. An interesting thing, if I recall correctly, the blood sample that the police found was still wet, when if it had been sitting out in these freezing temperatures for hours, would have been dried and or frozen. But they found some fresh blood on the tailpipe, but it also has 2 other sources of DNA on it. And they're just wondering if that doesn't correspond to the DNA of the 2 officers investigating the case. Rachel K says that was another car. Okay. Oh, she backed into another car. Okay, yeah, okay. Thanks for clearing that. Yeah, I just remember there was like something dark in the video. It was either a dumpster, so she backed into another car. But anyway, so that's the kind of situation we're looking at surrounding this DNA evidence, because that's going to look really bad if it has the deceased's fresh blood and DNA on it, and also the DNA of 2 other investigating officers. Cough, cough. Right. There's rampant sort of speculation, accusations leveled against these particular troopers in regard to contaminating evidence or planting evidence and things of that nature, Lally said, adding the prosecutors are hoping to rule out the troopers' DNA. Yeah, I bet they're hoping to hell to rule out the troopers' DNA. They probably want to rule out the troopers' DNA more than anything else. The judge also delayed a highly anticipated defense motion to unseal communications between the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and federal authorities. According to the defense, prosecutors turned over 6 letters between Morrissey's office and federal authorities as part of discovery. The evidence prosecutors provided to a defendant before trial. Prosecutors have filed a motion to seal those letters, but Reed's lawyers want them made publicly available. Why would you want to seal those? In a motion filed in Norfolk Superior Court Tuesday, the lawyer said the letters include communication between the DA's office, the U.S. Department of Justice Office of Professional Responsibility, they're like the internal affairs people for the feds, and the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Massachusetts. Notably, the disclosure of the letters last month coincided with reports that federal prosecutors are conducting an inquiry into Reed's arrest and prosecution. The feds are now investigating the locals. In their motion, Reed's lawyer accused prosecutors of trying to disseminate only the portions of the letters that reflect favorably on the DA's office. Since the letters are in the public interest, since the Commonwealth has not met its burden in establishing an exemption applies, the letters, like every other non-impounded document in this case, should be available for public review and scrutiny, the lawyers argued. I completely agree with that. If you release one letter, one sentence, one word of a letter like that, the whole thing has to be released. And if it's not sealed right now, if it's part, why would you come get it out? Transparency is important, especially if you're in a case like this where the officers are being basically pilloried in the public press and accused of improper conduct, including planting evidence and possibly being involved in a murder of another police officer while pointing the finger at someone else. Speaking in court Friday, Yanady said the letter will be part of the defense team's evidence in their request for sanctions. Responding to a report to a federal probe in the Reed case, Morrissey previously issued a statement emphasizing his confidence in the state's prosecution. The U.S. Attorney's Office does not have jurisdiction over a state murder case, so this is an extraordinary step on their part, Morrissey said last month. I am unconcerned because I have confidence in what we've done and what people have told us. Cannon did not take up the motion on Friday, explaining the defense team needs to serve the U.S. Attorney's Office and give them a chance to have their say in court. For similar reasons, she also delayed a motion from prosecutors seeking interview notes and recordings of any statements Reed gave to Boston Magazine for a September article. She set another hearing for January 18th to give Boston and federal prosecutors a chance to weigh in. Now, there is also a brand new update. This is a new update. There's been an update from that since this is right now developing, dropping. This news is 3 hours old. The most recent update from 3 hours ago. The trial is supposed to start March 12th, so a month from today, essentially, figuring in the short, well, it's not really, yeah. It's a leap year, so it's not as short as normal for February, but basically a month from today, defense, prosecutors in Karen Reed's case ask the judge to push back the start of trial. In a joint motion from the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office and defense attorneys for Karen Reed, both sides argue they'll need more time after the U.S. Attorney's Office for Massachusetts agreed to produce information. There's Karen. Hi, Karen. The prosecution and Karen Reed's defense attorneys have not agreed on much, but they filed a joint motion Friday seeking to push back her murder trial. The second-degree murder charges against Karen Reed for the death of her boyfriend, Boston police officer John O'Keefe, 2 years ago in Canton, Massachusetts, have drawn national attention. The state alleges Reed hit O'Keefe with her vehicle and left him for dead in the snow outside a home, while Reed alleges she is being framed in a large-scale cover-up. Friday's motion by Norfolk County Assistant District Attorney Adam Lawley and defense attorney David Unetti asks the court to move the hearing from February 15th to March 12th. Now, how is that a pushback? Published, it's updated 3 hours ago. Okay, well, great. The day the trial was set to start. Unetti said in a separate affidavit that Reed was waiving her speedy trial rights to facilitate the change. It's not immediately clear whether the motion has been approved by the judge. Well, that's a non-update update. We know it's scheduled to go on February 12th, but here this thing, Boston 10, you are way behind. Stop making me look bad on stream. I thought, oh my God, they're asking you to be pushed back from the March 12th to a later date. No. Right. Anyway, I guess that's the end of the Karen Reed story. The cover-up allegations, which prosecutors deny, as Reed denies killing O'Keefe, have turned this case into among the most closely watched criminal proceedings in Massachusetts in years. So, all right, guess we're still on for March 5th, for March 12th. Thanks for that non-update, Boston 10. And with that, I guess we're done talking about the Reed case. We'll see what happens. We'll see if it goes to trial a month-ish from today. Well, that was dumb, wasn't it? Come on, Florida 10, or Massachusetts 10, or whatever the hell channel you are, get your shit together. What did I miss while I was gone? What did I miss while I was reading? Hey, let's go, Brandon. What's up? I'm wrapping up the Brandon gift giving tour for the week. Do you want to do 10 shots? Got to think what I've got to do today. That would take some preparation. I could do that. Yeah, sure. Wow. $2 from the Let's Go Brandon, the Brandon Collective. Very important question. Yeah, I could do that. Why not? I could do that. Sure. I'm game. I'm game. Right. Well, while that's getting all sorted out, I'm game. I'm down. I'm down for the struggle. Torgo the White. Oh, where do we go here? May I propose? Oh, thank you for being a member for 5 months. May I propose that it be time to get that butt unbreaded. Jonathan says I look beautiful today. Well, thank you, Jonathan. Freddie Mercury's cat became a new YouTube member. Thank you so much, Freddie Mercury's cat. Let's see here. There we go. Welcome to the Clean and Sober crew. Freddie Mercury's cat. We're glad to have you here. Hope you stick around. Adara the Wholesome. LawRack's Discord server when? I'll even help build it. Never. Nothing good ever happened from a Discord server. Discord is just to me it's just awful. It's horrible. It causes nothing but strife and grief to anyone I know that's ever been involved in Discord. My Discord server will never ever happen. But thank you for asking. Thank you so much for your support. And also, Adara the Wholesome with another $2. My mom's big black wiener dog is preggo with puppies. Cool. All right. And Steve Gosney. What's up, Steve Gosney? Steve Gosney in chat. Paying forward. Brandon money. Now let's see if the Brandon money comes in. Because I'm down. I'll have to make some very quick on the fly changes to my lifestyle right now if that goes through. But I'm down. I'm down with this. I'm down with the sickness. All right. Do one more thing here. Been there, done that. Wished I had Brandon money. Me too. But we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Because I'm down. Flux says, drink. Oh, my Lord in heaven. There's one. You have to stream at least 20 minutes after the 10th shot. We'll see. I mean, I was planning on streaming for only 45 more minutes. But we'll work on it. We'll work on it. Great. All right. We still have to keep this on the rails. So I got to, let's see here. We can do 1, 2. I'm like comparing here with your. Yeah, we can work this out. Yeah, that's not. Well, it's not going to be a problem time wise. Thanks, Bareback bro. Oh, I said Bareback Baker. So same thing. Brokeback Baker, Bareback Baker. What? Right. Oh, thank you, Brandon. It's appreciated. I'm going to put on my little intro time killer music, and I've got to go across the house and make some adjustments in my life, and I'll be back in just everybody. We got 332 of you here. Give me about 3 minutes. I will be back. While I'm gone, watch this. Where are we at here? Watch this. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How are we doing? It's time for a new trial. I've been keeping this one a little bit close to the vest. Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land. I'm from the Mauryan Empire or whatever, bitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been before. Find Okay, I'm back. All right. Now, when I do these things, people always accuse me of drinking tea or something like that. But so I always have to do bottles because of this unexpected massive generosity from the Brandon Collective. Let me get all the chats here. I like to no, I'm not. Well, we're waiting. What rails? The rails that we're probably going to go off of by the end. When you come at the king, you best not miss. Thank you so much. That tops us up at $1,000. I guess that unleashes Doggo Cam, doesn't it? First things first, though. If you've ever wondered what a dog pile looks like, hop on board, people. All right, let me get the Doggo Cam ready. And we'll take the Doggo Cam offline when I'm reading the articles because it just looks weird. Share screen. Oh, we don't want to. All right. Sorry for everybody that's waiting. 300. We've already lost 20 people. Hang on, people. We're gonna get into the next news stories here in just a quick second. Right. Let's see. Sleeping pigs. All right. There's that. Let's add them to the stage here briefly. And let's see. There we go. We got to do this, kind of zoom out here. There we go. There's the dogs. And again, to make sure that, okay, we got that. All right. Yeah. To make sure that, everybody knows everything is above board, this will be going into a 21-year Royal Salute. It's a blended Scotch, Royal Salute, 21-year Scotch. This is, I guess, what will be. Come on, what are you doing? There we go. All open. You got to take the paper off the top, so it's not an open bottle that's just filled with tea and for situations such as this. It's the real deal. All right. We didn't get the pop. There we go. We'll do a news article, and we'll proceed that way. How's that sound, folks? For the Brandon Collective. One. Oof. And there's two. Woo, I need something more in my stomach. That's rough. All right. I do not like blended Scotch much. This is not my favorite. And that's why I chose this, because this is probably the only way I'll ever drink an entire bottle of Royal Salute 21. All right. The Brandon Collective is getting it on. So here we go. Whew. Right. So what are we going to do now is we're going to update you on the YNW Melly case, and then we'll come back and we'll do two more of those bad boys, I guess. Steve Gosney says 4 sidecars and I'm buzzed. Vice is much bigger challenge. Ooh, that's warm. The Russians ate all the pizza. They didn't even leave me leftovers. And then, of course, like a dummy, I ate the leftover fried chicken at 3:30 in the morning. I don't have any carbs. Anyway, we'll worry about that later. All right, people, let's do this. Let's update you on the YNW Melly trial. So just for a minute here, we'll remove the Doggo Cam. We'll bring up the the news article. Let's share the screen for Melly. Boom. Okay, then we'll set that over there. And let's begin. Okay, there's been some updates in the YNW Melly trial. It's kind of a problem because right now they're in this zone where they're trying to deal with all of the motions. With all of the motions that have been filed, they're trying to seat the jury. They're supposed to go to trial next month. But that's probably most likely absolutely not going to happen. Why? Well, because of this. Oh, there we go. Let's make it bigger here. YNW Melly's double murder retrial on pause as prosecutors appeal judge's order over evidence. Yes, they've reached a problem. A judge's ruling this week to suppress a promotional video about YNW Melly's life from evidence prompted prosecutors to file an appeal. Rapper YNW Melly's second double murder trial, because if you remember, we covered this from beginning to end. We're going to cover the retrial from beginning to end, but right now we're just in the boring motion hearing phase, so nothing really important is going on except for this. We're going to cover the retrial when it happens. He was found, he wasn't found anything. There was a hung jury in the previous trial that ended last year. Rapper YNW Melly's second double murder trial is now on hold indefinitely. It's just there's no hearing scheduled yet because a judge's ruling this week to suppress a promotional video about Melly's life from evidence prompted prosecutors to file an appeal. Now the entire case is delayed until that appeal goes through the appellate courts, which could take months. The rapper, whose real name is Jamel Demons, is on trial for the 2018 killing of two friends, Chris YNW Juvie Thomas and Anthony YNW Sack Chaser Williams. The first trial against Melly ended in a mistrial last summer. The motion centers on a 20-minute documentary about Melly's life and rise to fame, which was filmed just before the double murders. The video often shows Melly holding a weapon. In the last few seconds, it mentions the deaths of Thomas and Williams. The defense is trying to get parts of the documentary video removed from evidence so the jury in the second double murder trial will never see it, saying it's hearsay. But the state says it proves Melly was at the scene of the crime. And the article doesn't specify what that was, but the issue was at the end, at the end of the credits, you know, they always have like at the end of the video before the credits, they always have an update screen. This said that the two were killed in a drive-by shooting that, Melly and the two guys were involved in a drive-by shooting and the two died. It said something like that. But Melly's argument that he's making is he wasn't in the vehicle at the time of the shooting. That's his argument now. So they're saying that the prosecution wants to say that him saying he was involved in the drive-by shooting, he was in the vehicle, completely is contradicted by what he's saying now, that he wasn't even in the vehicle at the time. So they wanted to come in. The defense doesn't want it in, and that's where they're going. It's going through the appellate courts. And as they said, it could be months and months and months before this thing picks up again. So we have to wait for this one issue to work its way through the appellate court system before we get where we're going. So we'll continue to update you on the YNW Melly case as things happen. But right now, everything is on hold because they're appealing this issue. We'll find out what happens later. All right, that's that update. So let's add they both moved. What are you looking at, Strawberry? Hey, what's up, Strawberry? Okay, so I'm really bummed about this YNW Melly thing. The retrial was supposed to start last October. But it's just been going and going and going. And now it's God knows when that thing's going to go to trial. Legal Vice, Steve Gosden says, Legal Vice says, yeah, but the question is, how many shots are you down given the super chats? I don't know. We have to figure out what happened while I was reading that story. Pro Farrier. Hey, what's up, Pro? I always love to see Pro Farrier here because Pro Farrier does things that is like, I have some weird things in my life. I like watching Real Housewives of Beverly Hills and New Jersey. I like watching true crime stuff like 60 Days In and stuff like that. And I like watching Farrier. Well, not necessarily just on like farriers are like horseshoe people. People that care for horses' feet and stuff. But like anything hoof related, it's just part of the farm guy in me. I love watching horseshoes get made. I love watching horses be shoed. I love watching them like digging the pus, because I can't deal with like the pimple popping and crap. Like those videos freak me the absolute fuck out. I cannot do that. But give me like a good, like infected cow hoof, like just digging in and scraping out the infection from a cow hoof, or just like scraping it, like some poor horse that's been horrifically neglected and its hooves are all curved up and all infected. Just get a nice farrier to come and dig that shit out and get all the pus and the ooze and the goo out and put a nice clean shoe on. I could watch those videos forever. And Pro Farrier does that. So we always love Pro Farrier here. Looks like I got here at the right time. Maritime Monday and Friday night vices are perfect bookends to the week. Well, thank you so much, Pro Farrier. And I always love seeing you here. Everybody really, really needs to check out Pro Farrier. What a great guy. Thank you. Thank you so much. Whew. MG Law says, when you come at the king, you best not miss Jeff is a hard target takedown. Jeff is a hard target takedown, unlike Steve and me. No, I'm an easy target takedown. I just don't show it. That's my deal. But we do have another $100 super chat. Oh, Christ. This is supposed to be a respectable stream. When you come to the king, you best not miss. The shot pour sounded like a me problem. The Russians eating your food sounds like a you problem. Okay, so we're 2 shots down. All right. So we did 10. We get 2 plus 1, 9. Right. So here we go. Let's crank out 2 more, and then we'll get on to the next article, which is Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed is our next deal here. Oof. And this is like a $200 bottle of whiskey. I got this as a Christmas present, so that's why I have it. But this is here in Korea. This isn't like a $200 bottle of whiskey, and it's just not good. It's got a pretty bottle and it's 21 years, but I just don't like blended scotch that much. Like Compass Box makes some amazing blended whiskey. But, Chivas Regal, Dalwhinnie, Royal Salute just doesn't do it for me. Ooh, that's almost a double pour, but that's a me problem. All right, 9, 8, 7. Ugh, still 7 more. Fuck me. All right. Ugh. Gonna have to get some more hydrating liquids. And the only reason I could do this is it's kind of hair of the dog from the Russian invasion last night. Ooh, that's warm. All right. We're going to get the first thing we're going to do is we're going to do Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, who is the armorer in the Rust shooting case involving Alec Baldwin. We got an update on her, and then we'll do an update on the actual Alec Baldwin case. What's the chaser? Water. That's what no. All right. I got to call time on this. I actually have things to do later today. Where is that big, beautiful USA flag waving glass to drink from? That's over there. Okay, we'll probably get there because I'm going to have to go out and find some sort of food item. These are USD. These people in this country expect US pours. Well, the pours are the same. It's just different glasses. We can go get that other glass here in a minute. So we'll talk about Alex Gutierrez, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, then Alex Baldwin. So let's thank you again, I guess, when you come and think. Yeah, I do have things to do today. So, all right, let's talk about Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Let me bring up the article here. Share the screen. Share. Right. And we'll biggen it as much as we can. There we go. Oh, that's too big. There we go. Fine. And then we'll go get the other shot glass here in a minute. Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. All right. Let's do this. Remove dogs. Take off the video. All right. Okay, there's been some updates In the Rust shooting trials, Alec Baldwin, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. Let's talk about Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. She was the armorer. She was the one responsible for wrangling all of the weapons that are on location for the Rust film project. She's been charged in the death of Helena Hutchins, and the shooting of the director in this case. This is the Rust armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed. She wants her ex's death excluded from her trial. Her ex died, and she wants information about that to be excluded from the trial. So let's find out what this is all about, shall we? The criminal case against Rust armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed continues to take shape ahead of her February 2024 trial. If I recall correctly, she's supposed to go to trial on February 21st. And assuming that she goes to trial on February 21st, that'll be the next hearing that I'm covering. That'll be the next trial that I'm covering, not hearing. That'll be the next trial that I'm covering on this case. So let's hope it goes, because that's the next trial that we'll be covering here on the channel. So the criminal case against Rust armorer Hannah Gutierrez-Reed continues to take shape ahead of her February 2024 trial. Let's hope. In January 2023, the rookie armorer was charged with 2 counts of involuntary manslaughter in connection with the death of cinematographer Helena Hutchins, who passed away on set when a gun held by Alec Baldwin went off. The charges against Baldwin were dropped a few months later without prejudice, as special prosecutors continued their investigation, meaning that he could be charged again at any time, and he has been. That'll be a topic for a different video. While Baldwin got his charges dismissed, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed was slapped with an additional charge of tampering with evidence. After prosecutors claimed they found a witness who alleged that the armorer was hungover on the set and transferred cocaine to another person on the day Hutchins was killed, thus hampering the police investigation. Seems a bit of a stretch. That seems weird. There's got to be some more information. There's got to be some more there. That's anyway. Ahead of her trial, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's legal team seems adamant about trying to make sure some information does not appear in front of the jury. There's Hannah on the day of the shooting. According to the new court documents obtained by The Blast, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's legal team filed 3 separate motions seeking to exclude evidence in the upcoming trial, which was originally scheduled for December 2023. Her attorneys are seeking to sever the tampering counts from the involuntary manslaughter charge and exclude any mention of supposed drug possession, drug use, or intoxication. They're also seeking to exclude evidence about handing the keys to an intoxicated individual, her then ex-boyfriend, who died in a subsequent motorcycle crash over a year before the Rust shooting. Although her legal team feels that these events are unrelated, prosecutors may be looking to paint a picture of the rookie armorer as a careless or reckless person. The facts of this motorcycle accident do not have a tendency to make a... I have to read this. I've been trying to read from the screen. The facts of this motorcycle accident do not have a tendency to make a fact of consequence in determining the outcome of the instant case more or less probable than it would be without the evidence, the filing states. A motorcycle accident in a different state that took place over a year before the date of the incident in this case, without any persons in common with the exception of Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, is simply put irrelevant to the case at hand. The fact that this incident did not involve Ms. Gutierrez-Reed working as an armorer or on a film set compounds the irrelevancy of this information. It will be of zero assistance to the jury in deciding the charges pending against Ms. Gutierrez-Reed and should be excluded. Her legal team goes on to speculate that the government may intend to utilize the motorcycle accident information to make a propensity argument that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed is a careless or reckless person, and request that any mention of the event be excluded from the trial, as her legal team feels that they are not relevant to what happened on the set of Rust in October 21. Her legal team wants to avoid potential bias in potential jurors. Okay, that's a different article, but I think we can read a little bit of it. Last week, as previously reported by The Blast, the attorneys, Jason Bowles of Bowles Law Firm and Todd J. Bullion of Bullion Law Offices filed a motion asking the courts to add a question to potential jurors inquiring how much they have heard about the Rust incident from the media in an attempt to eliminate prejudice in potential jurors. You always want to eliminate prejudice in potential jurors. You're supposed to have an unbiased, unprejudiced jury. As the court is aware, this case has generated intense publicity over the past year and a half. The filing states, there have been numerous statements made in the press regarding Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. The likelihood is this summer most jurors will have heard or read something in the press. Yeah, guaranteed everybody's read something or heard something about the Alec Baldwin shooting. Her attorneys asked the court to allow general questions regarding anyone hearing or reading about the case of Ms. Gutierrez-Reed in the press and a show of hands so as not to taint the panel. The document goes on to state what counsel is trying to avoid is the panel being prejudiced by jurors saying what they have heard in front of other panel members, explaining that this is important to ensure a fair and impartial jury for Ms. Gutierrez-Reed. Counsel for the state did not oppose the motion. Jury selection for the Rust Armor is scheduled to begin in February 2024. In May 2023, Alec Baldwin took to Instagram to announce that filming on the Western film had wrapped. No release date has been scheduled at this time. I have thoughts on the release of that movie, but that's not relevant to what we're talking about here. So that's kind of the update. She wants to get some information excluded about her ex-boyfriend's death in a motorcycle accident because her lawyers are arguing that's not relevant to the current trial, which, I tend to agree with. We'll have to see how that goes. Until then, we'll keep you updated as things go on. Assuming that the trial goes on February 21st, we'll just join us right here because we'll have gavel-to-gavel coverage of that stream, and we'll watch it together because this is going to be the prelude to Alec Baldwin's trial. This is a test run for Alec Baldwin's trial. So there's going to be some massive amounts of attention paid to this trial. And I can't wait for it. I hope it's been a long time in coming. It's been a long time in coming. If it goes to trial on the 21st of this month, watch it right here on Legal Vices. All right. Well, there we go. Grant Rasha says, Alec Baldwin's father, he was a high school riflery coach and died from lung cancer after coaching at an unventilated gun range, high lead. Yeah, we talk every time we talk about the Alec Baldwin trial. We talk about that fact because we talk about and even the other day someone asked you know, who was more trained in a shooting, this guy or Alec Baldwin? It's clearly Alec Baldwin. His father was a legendary riflery coach, and it was essentially dude died of lead poisoning. Yeah, that is a thing. Google that. Check that out. That's an actual thing. His father was a rifle coach who coached so much riflery that he died essentially of lead poisoning. Oh yeah, we have to bring up Doggo Cam here while we do these interim things. There's some doggos there. Hey dogs, what's up? Yeah, they're still dead from the Russian invasion last night. All righty, let's see what's been going on in super. Let's go. Okay, Island just encouraging a little protein. Grab a snack. I'm gonna have to. Yeah, I'm seriously gonna have to here. After we do the Alec Baldwin thing. I'm kind of looking through here. All right. Because I have to pace my. Okay, damn it! I've lost track. We did 4, so that takes us to 6, 7, 8. Okay, we're 8. We're 8 down. All right, good. I have to make a note somewhere here. Thank heavens I have my tablet here to note we're 8 shots down. All right. Let me bring this up. Odd that my math skills get better when I'm imbibing. All right. 8. All right. I've made a note that I'm 8 shots down here. Thank you so much, Island, for the super chat. Always appreciated. And where are we at here? Let's go, Brandon, with a $5 super chat. Yeah, thank you for being only $5. I swear to God, thank you so much. I will strictly enforce Jeff's initial streaming rules. All pleadings for food and water will be counteracted. No. I'm allowed food. I mean, it's noon here. I'm allowed food and beverage. The doggos are right here. You can see them now. All right. It's 10, 11, 12 minus. Fuck. You're right. Wait, 12. We have 12 minus 4. That's 8. I did 4 shots. There's 12 on stream, on load there. 12 minus 4 is 8. See, don't try to Jedi mind trick me. The only time I get good at math, let's go, Brandon, is when I'm imbibing. So there we go. All right, I do have 8 left. Did I say 8 down? Well, I have 8 left. So I've written 8 left on my notes here. All right, anyway. Let's do Alec Baldwin, and then I'm going to have to get some sort of, I have to grab a protein bar or something. And another shot glass, because Brandon wants the other shot. And I know which shot glass he's talking about. All right, I'm going to do this real time. 7. Ugh, I do not like blended scotch. Ugh. 6. We're halfway there, living on a prayer. All right, let's do Alec Baldwin. And that's just bad. I just don't like blended scotch. I don't know why. But it is a beautiful bottle. Let me bring up Alec Baldwin here. Let's get rid of that. Bring up Alec Baldwin. There is a little bit of a Alec Baldwin thing going on here. Oh, we forgot to read that article. There was some stuff that was. They were concerned about Hannah Gutierrez-Reed alcohol and cocaine consumption on set, but that's not the one we wanted. This is what we wanted. Are we embiggened? No, we're not embiggened at all. Come on. Let's go, Hannah. You clicked unmute. I don't want that. All right. Scroll down there. Cool. All right. You got to be careful. We don't read all the useless information. This is actually a pretty short deal here. All right. Let's take that away. Remove doggos temporarily. Okay. All right. As we know, the grand jury came down with an indictment against Alec Baldwin. He was previously charged. The charges were dismissed without prejudice, meaning they can bring the charges back at any time. Grand jury was convened. The grand jury indicted him on the charges again. So we're going to look at some updates in that case. What's going on with the Alec Baldwin case? Let's bring this up and see what we're being told. Alec Baldwin's Rust shooting trial date is canceled. Doesn't mean the charges have been dismissed. It means the date has been canceled. A timeline of what's happened since Halyna Hutchinson's death. So don't panic. It's not like he's off the hook. Alec Baldwin has pled not guilty to involuntary manslaughter charges in connection with Halyna Hutchinson's death more than 2 years ago on the set of Rust. On January 31st, Baldwin filed a waiver of arraignment in Santa Fe County, New Mexico's first judicial district court. ET has reached out to Baldwin's legal team for comment. So basically, it's like, I'm going to waive the arraignment so he doesn't have to go there and appear in person and go, I plead not guilty. But nearly a week after Baldwin waived arraignment, a judge reassignment occurred on February 6th. So a new judge has been assigned to the case. This move triggered the first judicial district court to cancel the August 6th jury selection date. We were expected to start our jury selection on August 6th. That has been canceled. thus canceling the trial date. Baldwin's not guilty plea came 12 days after special prosecutors Carrie T. Morrissey and Jason Lewis announced that the 65-year-old faces up to 18 months in prison if convicted on fourth-degree felony. The special prosecutor said back in October 2023 that they intended to present their case to a grand jury to determine if probable cause existed to criminally charge the actor over the film cinematographer's death in October 2021. 10/21/2021. That's a tongue twister. Attorney Gloria Allred also responding to the involuntary manslaughter charge news. Why are we talking to Gloria Allred about this? She annoys me. Our clients have always sought the truth about what happened on the day that Halyna Hutchins was tragically shot and killed on October 21st, 2021. They continue to seek the truth in our civil lawsuit for them, and they also would like there to be accountability in the criminal justice system. Of course, we all want that, but come on. It's Gloria Allred. That's loaded. She's such a divisive person, and I'm in the I don't like her camp. But she is representing, I believe, some of the family members in the civil matter. Hutchins was killed on the set of Rust when a prop gun. No, it was not a prop gun. It was a real gun, but it was a prop. Prop gun is a real gun. It's just a real gun used as a prop. We have to be very careful. Prop gun makes it sound like it was a fake non-firing weapon, which it clearly wasn't. The prop gun in this case is a real gun being used as a prop in the film. Baldwin was suddenly discharged. It was suddenly discharged because he pulled the freaking trigger. That's why it's suddenly discharged, striking and killing the cinematographer and injuring Souza. In the months since the tragedy struck in New Mexico, lawsuits were filed, criminal charges were filed, then dropped for Baldwin, and allegations were made, including that the film's armorer, Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, consumed alcohol and smoked marijuana during the filming of the Western. Then on June 29, 2023, prosecutors filed legal documents claiming Gutierrez-Reed transferred a small bag of cocaine to a witness it had been in contact with. Prosecutors alleged the incident happened on October 21st, 2021, after the embattled Rust armorer returned from her interview at the police station on the day of the fatal shooting. Are they saying she had a bag of coke on her when she was being investigated by the police? Holy shit. Like, dude, I just got out of the police office. Take this from me. Furthermore, prosecutors alleged that the transfer of evidence strongly support the charge that Hannah transferred the cocaine to avoid prosecution and prevent law enforcement from obtaining evidences directly related to Hannah's handling of the firearm and the circumstances of the fatal shooting of Halyna Hutchins. Gutierrez-Reed has now entered a plea in her case, and a trial date has been set for February 21st. Is the actual date. Hopefully it still goes, because if that goes to trial on February 21st, that is going to be the next trial we focus on here. That's going to be the next trial we watch. In a statement to ET, Gutierrez-Reed lawyers Jason Bowles questioned how prosecutors were able to get a secret witness to appear 20 months later. With no actual corroboration or evidence, and the state won't identify the person, Bowles added. This is a throwback to the secret star chamber prosecutions in England in the 15th century that were abolished. Way to dig out the star chamber prosecutions. Let's go back to the 1400s. Nice throwback, Bowles. Like everything else with the state's case and investigation, it's full of sound and fury, but signifying nothing. Ooh, this is a literate lawyer. The sound and the fury, but signifying nothing. Great literary reference. As for allegations she consumed alcohol and smoked marijuana during filming of the Western, prosecutors alleged in court documents obtained by ET that she likely was hungover when she loaded the prop gun with a live bullet. Prosecutors also claimed witnesses told investigators that Gutierrez-Reed was drinking heavily and smoking marijuana in the evenings during the shooting of Rust. It's likely that defendant Gutierrez-Reed is her name, was hungover when she inserted a live bullet into a gun that she knew was going to be used at some point by an actor while filming a shooting scene with other actors and crew members, prosecutors said in the filing in the filing in response to a May motion by Gutierrez-Reed's attorney to dismiss an indictment against her. ET has been covering the story since the news first broke on October 21st, 2021. Here's everything that's come to light since the fatal shooting, and then it goes through a timeline. But see, the interesting thing here, even in an article about Alec Baldwin and his situation and what's happening with his trial, they flip it and make it all about someone else other than Alec Baldwin. Let's focus on Alec Baldwin. He was the last person to touch that weapon before it blasted through a woman's chest and into a dude standing behind her. Let's keep focus on him. He was the last line of defense. He who, oh, I'm just an actor, I don't know nothing, I'm not responsible for anything, who, as we mentioned earlier, has had a father who was a riflery coach, who was such a riflery coach that he essentially died of lead poisoning. So this whole idea that Alec Baldwin had no idea about firearms, didn't know anything about it. And if you go, the very first video that I did as a YouTuber on my stream was Alec Baldwin's interrogation by the police. That was literally the first video I ever uploaded. Go back and watch that. Go back and watch that. And you watch him go from, I don't know anything about firearms, to eventually like saying, okay, this shell is this. You can identify the dummy round from the blanks, from the real rounds. And he just goes through. So he plays both sides of the coin. I'm ignorant, but I know everything. Stick with the know everything thing. So we're going to follow Alec Baldwin's saga as it continues. But for now, the August jury selection is off the table. The trial date has been canceled, and we'll just have to see what happens when the new judge reassigns everything. We'll keep you posted right here on Legal Vices. Okay, there we go. Let's bring up the dogs, add them to the stage. Let's take off the news article. All right, let's see. What do we have left? What cases do we have left? We did Alec Baldwin, did Gutierrez. We have Courtney, Clenney, Dave Neal and the Clayton Eckerd saga, and Aguilar-Mendez, the Guatemalan boy that was set upon by 4 police officers, tased repeatedly. The first officer on scene eventually, after Aguilar-Mendez is put in the cop car, handcuffed, the officer died. He dropped dead. It was found he died of natural causes. He had high blood pressure, heart arrhythmia, hardening of the arteries, and was recovering from bronchitis. And they charged the kid with aggravated manslaughter of a police officer. So we're going to talk about a update in that case. And what I want to do is, because the Brandon Collective has been unleashed, that was going to be the story I wanted to finish with. I'm going to move that story up, and we're going to talk about that next, because I know where this is going. I still have 6 shots to do, and I don't want to be messed up and incapacitated when I'm talking about such an important case as the Virgilio Aguilar-Mendez case. So I'm going to do that next. So it's going to take a little bit of shuffling here for me. All right. Because I do want to be lucid and coherent when I'm doing that, because that's a serious case. The other thing, like Dave Neal and Courtney, Clenney, and that's nonsense compared to a real serious case like the Aguilar-Mendez case. That's messed up. And those of you that haven't been following that, please go back and watch these Aguilar-Mendez. I have a whole playlist set up. It's a horrific, horrible case. And I want everybody to stay up to date on that. So I want to do that right now before I get kind of wanked out here. Wonked out. We'll do 2 more shots. I've got to put that stupid placeholder video on again, because Let's Go Brandon wants the other shot glass, and I need to grab like a protein bar or something. I'll be right back. Please forgive me for this. It won't be the whole 3 minutes. It'll probably be about 1. I'll be right back. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How are we doing? It is time. It's time for a new trial. I've been keeping this one a little bit close to the vest. Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land. I'm from the Moorian Empire or whatever, bitch snitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been before. Find me one that won. God dang, you're right. Don't go down this. It's not the path. Don't have time for stupidity. Some clever dick on the internet didn't find the great loophole in all of the world's law. Bitch snitch. God dang, you're right. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. God dang, you're right. Moorish Empire. Traveler on the land. Bitch snitch. Moorish Empire. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Okay, sorry about that. Took a little bit longer than I thought because there was a dog involved incident, as you can see from the camera. They look innocent, but those mother effers tried to trip me. Those mother effers tried to trip me because they're actually sitting like just, you can see the doorway entrance on the far upper right corner. And just as I came in, Yoda and Strawberry both got up to, I guess, greet me and sort of kind of tripped me, which made me fall into the table. And then I tripped over my crutch that I'm using for my feet. And that caused some issues, but we're back. All right. Hi, everybody. All right. I'm going to readjust everything. Ouch, that hurt. Let me bring up the this thing here and get us locked and loaded. We'll slam 2 more shots. We'll get through, because I definitely, as I said, I want to get through the Aguilar-Mendez update before the silliness hits me. Present screen, window, share. All right, and we'll kind of leave that out of the way here. There's the culprits. Look at those. I'm looking at you guys. All right. And this is a chill stream. So, you know, hey, Megan Fox has joined us. What does Megan Fox have to say? If she put her energy into singing instead of destroying men, she might have something. Well, we're going to be talking about her in a minute. Assuming her is Jane Doe. We'll talk about her in a minute. All right. Kime says, how will Jeff do on crutches after all of these shots? Might be time to get a wheelchair. Now, I'm all my feet. I've been dealing with this tendonitis for a month. I'm almost 100%. I just kind of keep a crutch around just as a little bit of a precautionary measure. Like, just because it hurts less doesn't mean it's ready to be on its own. But I'm basically great, so don't worry about that. We're good. We're cool. All right, so let's get into this here. Let's see what did I miss while I was gone. Let's go, Brandon. Okay, we got that. Manders 13. I was watching the Towering Inferno with my hubs. Did I miss the Clayton Eckert Dave Neal update? No, that is going to be. We're going to do. This is the order we're going to do things in. We will do Aguilar-Mendez. Then we will do Courtney, Clenney, and then we'll finish up with Dave Neal. Those are the order we're going to do things in. Now, was it the original Towering Inferno? If it was, good for you. If it was the remake, shame on you. Go watch the original. All right. Oh, we didn't do the 2 shots. Sorry. Hang on. All right, people. Now, see, the problem is I'm going to have to go and diagnose these audio issues I'm having after having 12 shots. That doesn't sound very good. Hopefully I'll be able to do a show on Monday. Oh, and so this is the glass that Let's Go Brandon wanted me to use. As a fine, upstanding American citizen, he demanded that we use this shot glass. So that's the shot glass we're using. And they have see, I just love that, like, the line serves as a nice fill line for this. But we'll give you a little extra. People, here we go. Cheers. 5 down. I mean, like 5 more to go. Oof. Again, we'll give you a shot and a half. Why not? Because I'm feeling generous. Why is something so expensive taste so bad? Ease the burn. Have a little chocolate peanut butter protein bar here. Let me munch on this real quick, and then we'll bring it on up. Try not to talk with my mouth full. OJ just announced he has prostate cancer. No, I have to meet him when I go to Vegas in May. Fight Juice. I'll pray for you just so I can meet you. Ari Jacob, she has to set me up with the Oj. We need to meet the Juice while I'm in. All right, let me chew this. Nobody wants me to chomp on that. All right, Yoda is still sleeping here. Strawberry has gone off to sleep in her chair in the sun. I can't open the curtains to show you where Strawberry's sleeping now, because just the light comes in and washes me out. Makes me look way wider than I am. All right, this is a serious case, so I want to treat this with seriousness. Let's kind of forget what we've been doing here for a bit and look at the Aguilar-Mendez update. So sorry, Megan, got to take you off screen there. And Yoda, we'll move you out of the way for a minute. I should pick some protein bar out of the teeth. Okay, now I want to talk about the Virgilio Aguilar-Mendez case. If you may recall, he is a young Guatemalan boy, 18 years old, who entered the country illegally, which has nothing to do with this case. He was taken into custody by the immigration authority, by the feds. He was held there. He was released to the custody of a cousin, and pending his trial, pending his immigration status hearing. His immigration status hearing, as I understand, is scheduled for July 8th, 2024. That's when his master hearing, he's going to be required to be attended in person, and the feds take precedence over the state. So I mean, my best case is I hope to God they deport him back to Guatemala and, just say, forget what's going on with the state. It's not important. It's not, just get it out. So anyway, they allowed him to be legally in this country until his immigration status hearing is resolved. On an early evening in May, it was about 9 p.m. in mid to late May. He's enjoying some dinner, sitting on a curb in front of a building next to the hotel where he's living and staying with other people as a day laborer. He's talking to his mother on the phone. A cop rolls up and starts acting all coppish. He doesn't say, hey, I just noticed you're sitting in front of this empty building. What's going on? Where are you staying? What are you doing here? No, he says, stop. That's how it starts. And young Aguilar-Mendez doesn't speak English. He speaks very limited Spanish. He speaks a Mayan dialect called Mam, which only about 500,000 people on planet Earth speak. And the cops immediately try to execute what I consider to be an illegal Terry stop in the first place. There is absolutely no evidence of him having committed a crime, being in the commission of a crime, or intending to immediately or imminently commit a crime. As far as I'm concerned, they had no reason to say anything other than, hey, what are you doing here? And moving on with their lives. And they certainly, within a few seconds, the cop has him by the arm and is screaming, don't pull away, don't pull away. And the cop reaches for his pocket to conduct an over-the-clothes search of his person, which again, as far as I'm concerned, is an illegal Terry stop for weapons, because you have to have an articulable, rational reason for believing that that person is armed and dangerous before you're allowed to conduct an even cursory over-the-clothes search of that person. There was nothing about that encounter, nothing about the way he looked, in my opinion, to suggest that there is in any way a rational or articulable reason why this officer believed that he was armed and dangerous that would give him the authority to attempt an over-the-clothes, even just a cursory pat down of this guy. But he does it anyway. Then a brief, we'll call it a struggle. We'll be generous to the prosecution side of things. Somewhat of a struggle. The kid didn't want to be taken down and jumped on by 4 police officers. He didn't want to be tased 6 times. He was tased 6 times. And at one point, he's trying to push the taser away from him. And the cop is saying, he's going for the taser. He's going for my taser. He was not going for the taser. If you watch the body cam footage, he was clearly just trying not to be tased for the 5th or 6th frickin' time. He ended up being tased 6 times. And there's a point where he actually somehow, despite all of these officers on top of him, gets to his feet. And if you watch the body cam footage, as soon as he gets to his feet, he stops struggling, he stops resisting, and he's just standing there. And then another cop grabs him and throws him on the ground, and they jump on him again. All the kid wanted to do was be on his feet and not be tased. And the entire time he's saying, I'm sorry, no problem, family. He just wants to not be hurt. He doesn't want to be in pain anymore, which is my problem with the police force tactics. If they're hitting you, nobody's going to go, okay, crack. You have the fight or flight response. You can't flee because you're being set upon by a huge number of police officers. Your only instinct is to fight back, to stop the pain from being inflicted on you, which is what I think this kid did. But while we're talking about this, he wasn't. The cop originally said, he did trespassing. I suspect he was suspected of trespassing, so he calls it in. But he was never charged with trespassing because he wasn't trespassing. What happened, though, is after all of this struggle, after they got him in handcuffs, after they put him in the police car, the first officer on scene walks back, talks to some of the firefighters or the medical people, and then drops dead. The cop dropped dead several minutes after the guy was apprehended and put in the police car. The coroner determined that the cause of death was natural causes. The police officer that dropped dead a few minutes after getting the kid in handcuffs and putting him in the back of the car had hypertension, he had high blood pressure, he had hardening of the arteries, he had a heart arrhythmia, he was recovering from bronchitis, and because one officer somehow, just because there was a brown kid that was involved, thought that the officer may have been exposed to fentanyl, Right after the officer collapsed, he goes, "Oh my God, there was a brown person involved. He must have had some fentanyl. He must have, contact fentanyl." And they jammed him with not one, but 2 doses of Narcan. And then the cop died. They charged the Guatemalan Aguilar-Mendez initially with felony murder of a law enforcement officer. But eventually that was reduced to aggravated manslaughter and resisting arrest. Aggravated manslaughter of a law enforcement officer and resisting arrest with violence, I believe, are the actual charges. Aggravated manslaughter of a law enforcement officer, because a 52-year-old cop who had apparently never sought medical treatment for any of these ailments was diagnosed with hardening of the arteries, high blood pressure, and heart arrhythmia, and recovering from bronchitis. He was charged with aggravated manslaughter of that law enforcement officer. In our last update, we talked about the state's motion to dismiss the charges, basically on grounds that there is no rational reason why this kid should have been charged. How there was no relation to anything he did with the death of that police officer of natural causes, because he has a seriously effed up ticker. Well, the state has submitted their reply to the motion to dismiss. And that's what I want to talk about today. The state's motion, the state's reply to the defense motion to dismiss. Let's bring that up here. Here we have the state motion to strike the defendant's motion to dismiss count 1, which is the aggravated manslaughter. Now, what you're going to watch here is you're going to watch an argument from someone being the prosecution who has no logical, explainable reasons why he should have been charged. There's no rational, these are the facts of the case, and this is why that officer's death is related to any action of that boy. And when we're talking about this aggravated manslaughter, what this prosecution essentially has to prove is that the boy, Aguilar-Mendez, knew or should have known that his act of trying not to be tased, trying to get to his feet, and, quote, resisting arrest would result in the death of the police officer. He should have known, or had to have known, that his actions would have resulted in the death of that police officer. The state here, they haven't said anything about the facts of the case. They haven't said anything about a logical reason why the officer's death should be connected to the actions of the defendant, and proving that the defendant knew or should have known that those results could result from his actions. It's a technicality. See, everybody hates it. Everybody hates it when the defense uses a technicality to get a guilty person off. Okay, let's assume someone is guilty of a crime, and the lawyers use a technicality to get their guy. Everybody hates that. Everybody says, "Oh, you're just using a technicality." But what are you going to do if a police officer, or if the prosecution tries to use a technicality to keep a innocent person in jail or in prison and put them in prison for 30 years? Are you equally upset by that? Are you equally upset when the prosecution uses a technicality to keep someone in jail, or to keep the charges against someone that should not have been charged in the first place? Well, let's find out. Because this motion, this response to the motion, is 100% based on a technicality. The prosecution is relying on a technicality to keep the charges against this guy and to keep him in custody. Are you comfortable with that? Let's look at this. State's motion to strike defendant's motion to count 1. Comes now the state of Florida by and through the undersigned assistant state attorney and files this motion requesting this honorable court to strike the defendant's motion to dismiss count one as legally insufficient. As grounds, therefore, the state sets forth the following. On July 25, 2023, the defendant was charged in a 2-count information with aggravated manslaughter of an officer and resisting an officer with violence. On October 29, 2024, the defense filed an unsworn motion. Now, this is where it's important. On January 29, 2024, the defense filed an unsworn motion to dismiss count one for lack of legal causation. The defense cited Rule 190C for Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure as the primary authority for their motion. Now, let's see. Rule 3.190C4 of the Florida Rules of Criminal Procedure states that a defendant may at any time file a motion to dismiss on grounds that there are no disputed issues of material fact in the case and the disputed facts do not amount to a prima facie case of guilt. Well, as we see in point 3 here, Rule 3.190C4, however, requires the motion to be sworn to. As we looked at the motion before, the defendant, Aguilar-Mendez, did not swear. He did not sign and affix his name saying that he swears under penalty of perjury the charges are true because the court declared him incompetent. As an incompetent person, he cannot swear to this affidavit because he's incompetent. Now, later the courts have determined it doesn't mention the fact that in the statute that the motion to dismiss has to be sworn by the defendant. As I understand, and I know Steve Gosney is here in chat and can correct me if I'm wrong, it is complete judge interpretation of the rules of criminal procedure that require the defendant to sign the motion. Rule 3.190C4, however, requires the motion to be sworn to. Courts have repeatedly held that a failure by the state to timely raise the defect of an unsworn or insufficiently sworn motion constitutes a waiver to raise it at a later time. Either say it now, make your objection now that is not sworn to. If you wait too long, prosecution, you're going to be deemed as waiving that, and you're going to lose. So they very quickly file this response where they're saying that he didn't swear to it. In State v. Upton, from the Florida 5th DCA, 1981, the 5th District held that a motion to dismiss must be sworn by a defendant rather than his or her attorney. This motion to dismiss by Aguilar-Mendez was sworn to by the attorney. But here the 5th District Court held 3 sworn to by whom, as Steve Gosney says, the state of Florida here in the 5th District has said that it must be sworn to by the defendant rather than his or her attorney. In that case, it observed that a motion to dismiss under Florida Rules of Civil Procedure 3.190C4, which is relevant to this case, must specifically allege the facts on which the motion is based, and the motion must be sworn to. The motion sub judice was a narrative of facts by the attorney, and much of it considered to be a recitation of his interviews with witnesses and what he believed the witness would say. The attorney then swore that the motion was true to the best of his knowledge, which is essentially what happened in the Aguilar-Mendez case. This does not satisfy the requirement of a sworn motion by the rule. A motion to dismiss under this rule should be summarily denied. Summarily, that means we don't even hear arguments on it. You file it, you just without even hearing arguments on it. It must be denied when it is not sworn to by the defendant, not the defendant's lawyer. If the defendant himself does not swear to this motion, then it must summarily be denied without argument. Okay, so let's read this sentence again. A motion to dismiss under this rule should be summarily denied when it is not sworn to by the defendant who, by taking the oath, thus subjects himself to the penalties of perjury if his recitation of the undisputed facts is false. Additional decisions by the 5th District have similarly held that a trial court errs in granting motions to dismiss where the motion was not sworn to by the defendant. Other Florida appellate courts have also held that C4 motions must be sworn to by the defendant rather than the defendant's attorney. There's this other case, State v. Lewis, holding that the motion should have been dismissed because the facts were sworn to only by the defendant's attorney. The defense cites State v. Betancourt for the proposition that a defendant is not required to personally execute an affidavit upon which a motion to dismiss is predicated. However, Betancourt still held that Rule 3.190C4 required such a motion to be sworn at a minimum by someone with personal knowledge of the facts recited in the motion and who would be subject to penalties of perjury if the facts set forth were discoverable to be false. So the defense in the Aguilar-Mendez case, they signed the motion to dismiss, saying that the undisputed facts stated therein were true to the best of his knowledge, his or her knowledge. Well, this court said, well, even if the defendant themselves can't do it, it still must be signed by someone who has a personal knowledge of the fact and can be held liable for perjury if it turns out that those undisputed facts are incorrect. So they're essentially saying that it's improper for the defense attorneys to swear that the facts are true to the best of their knowledge. This would most often be the defendant, but the court recognized that direct witnesses could be in a position to swear to the facts of which they had firsthand knowledge. The court held that it was inappropriate under the rule for the defendant's father to swear to the motion but only because he was a direct witness. All right, let's try that again. It was appropriate under the rules for the defendant's father to swear to the motion, but only because he was a direct witness to the facts at issue. The defense also cites State v. Williams as authority for its claim that an attorney may swear to a C4 motion on behalf of a defendant. Okay, so the defense argues that an attorney can file and can swear on behalf of a defendant. However, the Williams case did not involve an attorney swearing to a motion to dismiss, so it was not decided on a claim that an attorney sworn motion was sufficient. The court there considered a motion supported by an affidavit from the victim in this case. It held that the affidavit did not meet the sworn to requirement and was thus fatally deficient as a matter of law. As a result, it should have been summarily denied. Because the case did not involve an attorney swearing to the motion, the fleeting statement that the motion must be sworn to by the defendant or his attorney is plain dicta. Dicta just means, comment, a non-legally binding comment by the court. Even if it were not, the statement would be of no consequence because defense counsel here did not swear to the motion filed in this case. Also, the Williams opinion did not address the holding in State v. Holder, which directly considered the sufficiency of a motion sworn to by an attorney rather than the defendant himself. The court there held that a motion should have been rejected because the attorney could not have had personal knowledge of the facts set forth therein unless he happened to be on the scene of the alleged crime. In this case, defendant's counsel in this case, they were not witnesses to any of the events that gave rise to the charge and therefore do not have personal knowledge of the facts set forth in their motion. In conclusion, the defense's motion to dismiss is defective because it is not sworn to by the defendant or a person with first-hand knowledge of the facts of the case, as Rule 3.190C4 and the supporting case law require. The state also notes that this deficiency cannot be remedied by an amended motion to dismiss sworn to by defense counsel because they were not present at the time of the alleged offense and therefore do not have personal knowledge of the facts. Therefore, the state moves this honorable court to enter an order striking the defendant's motion to dismiss count 1 for the reasons set forth herein. Okay, what we've got here, again, is notice let's get rid of this here. Notice that the prosecution doesn't make any mention whatsoever of the facts of the case and what relation, if any, the defendant's actions had regarding the death of the police officer. Notice they don't make any contention that the facts that were stated as undisputed facts in the motion to dismiss are in fact disputed. They don't say, no, we disagree with this, that these facts are disputed. They said nothing along those lines. Well, I mean, they're undisputed. They didn't say we're disputing any of the facts. They ignored all of that and relied strictly on a technical argument, a technicality, saying that, well, this incompetent person who can't swear to legal documents didn't swear to the legal documents. His lawyers, who are doing their best job and swearing that is true to the best of their knowledge, is technically insufficient. What they're doing is the prosecution in this case are using a technicality to keep an apparently innocent person in jail and possibly in prison for 30 years. How do you feel about that? When you're pissed because a guilty person gets off on a technicality, are you equally as pissed when a presumed innocent person is kept in jail on a technicality by the prosecution? Remember, the state, the government, has the legal power and authority to kill you in certain circumstances. They have the power and authority to take away your life, either literally by giving you the death penalty or figuratively by locking you in jail for the rest of your natural life. Those people that have that power are holding someone who is presumed innocent in jail on a technicality. Are you equally as pissed off by that as you would be a defense lawyer getting someone who is presumed, who should be guilty or is obviously guilty off on a technicality? If not, you need to look a little bit internally there. And as some of you are saying, you should be more pissed by the fact that they're keeping a presumed innocent and apparently innocent person in jail on a technicality. They didn't address a single fact in the defense motion to dismiss. Their response was 100% a technical argument to keep the charges against this guy and to keep him in jail pending the trial, in which they hope to put this guy in jail for up to 30 years, if not more. Keep that in mind, and you better be equally as pissed. Don't go walking around saying, oh, lawyers, defense lawyers are horrible people. They get people off on technicalities. Oh, they're dirtbags, they're scumbags, they're liars, they're evil people. Don't go saying that if you are comfortable with the prosecution doing exactly the same thing on the other side of the table. You should be equally pissed at the prosecution, who are using technicalities to keep people presumed innocent in jail. We're going to keep following this Aguilar-Mendez case. This is a very important case. And again, I hope to God, the kid obviously wanted to be here in the States. He wanted to be here. He desperately wanted to be here. And he's going through the hearing process, the immigration hearing process, to determine his status. They can let him in lawfully, or they can get rid of him and they can deport him. I hope to God, just for this kid's sake, that in July, when the immigration hearing date comes up, the federal government takes precedence over the state and they just deport him. They say, sorry about your murder charges, your manslaughter charges, whatever the hell they are. Sorry, we're kicking the kid out of the country. I hope that happens. This kid needs to be sent home. This kid needs to be sent home. And there is some hope in this regard. There is some hope in this regard, because there's been a development in the case. There's been a development in this case where a man by the name of Jose Baez is involved. He's got a new member of his defense team, a man that goes by the name of Jose Angel Baez. He's a fairly famous criminal defense lawyer. He's now joined Virgilio Aguilar-Mendez's defense team. Who is Jose Baez? Who is Jose Baez? Well, he's been involved in the Casey Anthony case. He was Casey Anthony's lawyer in the social media trial of the century. He was Casey Anthony's lawyer. He was also Aaron Hernandez's lawyer. For those of you who know, the NFL player, Aaron Hernandez, he was the appellate lawyer for Aaron Hernandez in Aaron Hernandez's murder trial. And he's been involved in other high-profile trials. So Jose Baez is on the case. Legendary defense lawyer. So hopefully that's going to ratchet things up. That's going to ratchet things up in Aguilar-Mendez's favor. We're going to continue to follow this. Well, every piece of information I get relating to this case, I'm going to relate to you until we get to a satisfactory resolution to this case. Stay tuned for more. Wow, that's the and again, I wanted to get that done before the effects of all the alcohol hit me, because it deserves serious consideration and serious discussion, not the drunken ramblings of someone who's been subjected to the Brandon Collective. That's where we are. We've currently got we were two and a half hours into this. Oh God, we still got two articles to cover, two stories to cover, and we've got at least 4. I haven't checked the chats yet. We got at least 4 shots left to go. 343 people or 440 likes. That is awesome. And let's take this time here just to grift. What we're doing here on Legal Vices, we cover everything from legal stuff to vices. My vices happen to be cigars, pipes, whiskey, things like that. We do a lot of discussion about a lot of things. We're talking about case updates today. On Mondays, we do Maritime Monday, where we talk about maritime issues. I'm not sure what we're going to talk about on this week's Maritime Monday. I'm desperately working on some stuff. We do maritime related things because that's mainly what I do. I mainly practice maritime law. We like to talk about shipwrecks and cannibalism, mass deaths and things like that on Mondays. Tuesdays and Wednesdays are normal topics where we can be anything from current trials to celebrity news to social media issues. Thursdays, we do retro trials. We're wrapping up the O.J. Simpson trial. And in a couple of weeks, we're going to be starting a triple murder witchcraft retro trial from earlier days. And that's what we're doing. And once a month on a Friday, we do an F it Friday. We call it just an F it Friday, where we say fuck it. And we just go off the rails. We have a huge panel of amazing guests. That's going to be 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today will be February's F it Friday. Going to put together a huge panel of great guests, as we always do. Last month was Legal Vices Lady Bits, where it was an all-ladies panel. It was great. It was fun. So join us 2 weeks from now for a great panel of guests. The news of who the panel members will be will continue to grow as the next 2 weeks progresses. But that's kind of the stuff we do here on Legal Vices. Join me for that. Hit the like button, please, and subscribe. If you have not subscribed, please do me the honor of subscribing to the channel. It literally costs nothing. It takes less than a third of a second to go click and subscribe. You never even have to come back again. If you're just here for today and you think everything else I do sucks, just You leave it there. You'll never have to bother with me again. And if you are subscribed, please double check to make sure you're still subscribed, because YouTube is asso and they just randomly unsubscribe people for no reason. They send you through times of trouble. And then once you've liked and subscribed, and double check to make sure you're still subscribed, take our like and subscribe poll, which we do every day, which is nothing but a lame poll to remind you to like and subscribe. Today's makes no sense whatsoever. Like, subscribe, and vote. 6% of you say down with hot pants. 19% of you say up with mini skirts. 34% of you say, huh? And 41% of you say pants are prison. I agree with the pants are prison crew. But hey, I had a Russian invasion to my house last night. We had a huge contingent of my close Russian friends, where we just drank and ate ourselves silly from 7 p.m. to 3 a.m. And it got so Russian invasion that as we speak, I'm wearing my blue with white stripes Adidas sweatpants. That's how Russian it got. I put on the Adidas sweatpants, and that's what we're doing. Let's see what happened. Super chat. Oh God, since I was gone. I declare party foul times 100. It's a shot glass for a reason. 1.5 ounce of American Glory for a reason. This feels like theft. I've never been touched in this way before. This is a 2-ounce shot glass. The bikini line, that's like about 3/4 of an ounce. And if you get like to the boob line, that's a 1.5, and we top it off with a 2-ounce. So yeah, I don't shortchange shots here. I take my medicine like a man. This feels like theft. I've never been touched in Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. I touch you in ways you've never been touched before. Let's go, Brandon. Surrender your passport or take real shots, you coward. We do our shizzy shots. Don't worry. We got you covered. Red guy 1 2 3 4 4 3 2 1 $5 super chat. Thank you so much. I just wish in cases like these, one person says this reasoning is so moronic and R-worded that it brings in question their ability to practice law. I could not agree with you more. There needs to be ethics, morals, and just personal decency injected into a lot of the shit that prosecutors do. Absolutely agree with you. And thank you so much for the super chat. Nicholas Starro Trial Watch. Everybody get on over to Nicholas Starro Trial Watch's channel. Give him a super like. Boom. Just click on that like button on every video he's ever done. Smash the living hell out of his subscribe button, because Nicholas Starro loves it when you smash him. Good morning. Work weekend, fun times, 4-hour one way for a 3-hour meeting. Oh God, I hate that. Yeah, at least I have Jeff in my ear. Well. The things I could say, but I won't. Nicholas Starro, thank you so much. Enjoy and drive safely. Manders 13. It's 53 degrees and clear out tonight. Enjoy some herb out on the deck with some. I'm glad you're enjoying your allspice, your sage, your basil. Enjoy those lovely herbs on the deck with the stars, Vices and Vice Squad. Thank you, Manders. And let's go, Brandon. Whinging about something again. I implore you to watch yourself on rewind. Pour to the white line. No. Clearly poured above the white line every time. And what I'm going to see here. Right. I get it, old man confused. See, that's where we pour. We pour the real shiz. See, I poured into here, and then we pour into here. We poured some real shiz. We've got 4 real shiz shots to go. 2 more news stories. Then we can wrap this nonsense up. But again, seriously, and mods, if you have it at the tip of your fingers, if you could do me a favor. Steve Gosney's leaving. Good night, Steve Gosney. People here in chat, in mods, if you have it at your fingertips, please put the change.org petition for the Aguilar-Mendez case in the chat. I don't have the link at my fingertips. If any of you do, please put it there. Wait, what? Why are there crutches behind Jeff? I missed the important things. Well, Alabama Rose says, why are there crutches behind Jeff? You can't see any crutches here. My crutch is like way over here on the floor. There are no crutches behind me. The dogs tripped me, which made me trip over my crutches. I have some tendonitis going in the feet. But it's almost done. I'll be better by the end of this weekend. All right. We've got 2 more cases to talk about in our update. The David Neal case, the Jane Doe, and I can't do any of my sound stuff right now. Sound stuff is off because of whatever bug is infecting my computer. Whatever is wrong with my audio, I can't do any of that right now. The Jane Doe, Laura Owens trial. We got Dave Neal's case, and we have Courtney Clenney. So we'll do Courtney Clenney, then we'll do David Neal. Challenge flag thrown 1,000. You didn't pull 4 shots. Pour full shots. All right. So now we got. Looks like we're up to 6. I got. All right. We've gone from 4 to 6. Now again, seriously, people. Let's go, Brandon Collective. This is it. The 6 will be done, and I cannot do any more. I literally have to function later today. Oh dear. Oh dear. So we're up to 6. Now we're down to 5 again. Oh God. 4. Here's 4. Hear me how happy you. It's up to the boob line where it goes. I almost didn't get all that in. Oh God, that is so bad. This is 21-year-old Royal Salute. This is just not good. All right. We have you on CCTV. You can do the shots whenever you want. You just have to do them. I can do them now. Get them out of the way. I just have to function. Whew. All right. This is not how I envision my morning going, but we're into the afternoon now. It's almost 2 p.m. Courtney Clenney. Let's talk about Courtney Clenney, and then we'll talk about Dave Neal. But dang it. Oh, we got 341 people here. You 341, please, for the love of God, don't go anywhere. Just, I have lost track of how many shots I've actually done. I just know how many I have left to do. I don't know. I guess I've probably done 10 shots. And I know I've done at least 10 shots. It could be 11 or 12. I don't know. Doesn't matter. But the proverbial seal has been broken. I need to take a little trip down the hall for a minute or so. So I'm going to put on my interlude music, which we've already seen twice tonight. Please don't go anywhere. 342 concurrent viewers. Please, please, please do not go anywhere for the next minute. You're not going to want to miss these last 2 things we have to talk about. I'm just going to put on a little interlude jam, and we shall be right back as soon as I return. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How are we doing? It is time. It's time for a new trial. I've been keeping this one a little bit close to the vest. Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence. No basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land. I'm the Moorian Empire or whatever bitch said. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been before. Whew, I'm back. I can still walk down the hall. That's good. that's good. I can still walk down the hall. That's great. See, this is the problem with me is. Did anybody ever decide how many shots I've actually done? I think I've done 10. I guess we can like scroll through here and see how many I've actually done. Let's do that here. 4, 8, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, so 14 shots. I have 4 left. That means I've done 10 shots in 2 hours and 45 minutes. This is a curse of me. My curse is I don't really show how intoxicated I am until I get like way up there. I think my maximum effort Friday limit was I think my record was 27 shots. In it pretty short, in like 4 or 5 hours. I don't remember. I don't remember much of that stream. But like even 10 shots in less than 3 hours. Right now, I'm lit. I am intoxicated, but I don't show it a lot. And that's the problem. People are always like, oh, you're not drunk, drink more. I'm like, no, I'm way more wasted than you. No, you're not. I mean, yeah, I am. I just don't show it outwardly until it gets like way up to a certain point. But yeah, that's kind of where I am. I'm kind of lit right now, as you should if you've had 10 shots of whiskey and half of a peanut butter chocolate protein bar for breakfast, as you well should be. That's where I am. So we got 4 shots left to do. We just did 2. So what we will do is we will do the Courntney Clenney deal. We'll do the Courtney Clenney update. We'll do 2 shots. We'll do Dave Neal's update, and we'll do 2 shots. And we'll call it good. It's daytime and you're on. Woohoo! Yeah, that's Fridays. That's Friday. We do the Friday evening U.S., Saturday morning Far East time. Right. Are we ready to talk about Courtney Clenney? Courtney Clenney and her family, they've been up to some stuff here in a bit. So let's talk about them. Oh, yeah, I need some. See, I have I have 0 carbs in my house other than like fruit. We'll see. Equality. Thank you, ma'am. Says, please take care of yourself. We don't want you to be charged with involuntary manslaughter. No. Yeah, that doesn't happen. And I was supposed to go out to have some beer with friends tonight. That's clearly not happening now. Yeah, that's clearly not happening. Sorry, friends. There's a reason why I'm not joining you tonight. Let's talk about Courtney Clenney. All right, let me bring up the first Courtney Clenney screen to share. She's had some problems, like a lot. All right, something else. How's this for a teaser? Her parents have been arrested. Oh, see now we can be silly because we're into OnlyFans models and tonsil twins. And if you're not familiar with David Neal and Clayton Eckert's problems with Jane Doe, aka Laura Owens, don't miss that. That's a woman who's claiming for about the 5th time that she's pregnant when she hasn't been. In this case, it's at least the 2nd time she's claimed to be pregnant with twins because she got a blowjob. Don't miss our discussion about that. But we've got some Courtney Clenney to do here first. Need some ramen with extra slurpage. Aussie Overlord. Hey, Hayden, I'm here. I've been Brandonized. Bear with me for a bit, people. I've been Lescoed. Equality. I didn't realize I was such a newbie. I don't know what took me so long to find your channel. Equality. I don't know. But you've been here for a while. You've been here, and I deeply appreciate it. You're an amazing supporter of the channel, and I find you to be awesome and amusing, and a lovely representation of. I know you're Japanese, but you have the koala thing. So are you like Japanese Australian, or are you? Yeah, I don't know or do you just like koalas? Those are your choices. Are you Japanese Australian, or are you just Japanese who really likes koalas? But I'm glad you're here. So thank you for being here, Equality. We love y'all. All right. Let's do this. Let's do Clenney. We'll do Dave Neal, and then we'll call it a day. What are you talking about, Megan? I told you weren't going. I told you we weren't getting to anything else. What are you talking about? I know what you're talking about, Megan. What are you talking about, Megan? Megan, what are you talking about? She's getting mouth hugs. No, don't save the jokes for later. Save the jokes for later. Don't get into the tonsil twins, the Schrodinger's kids. Don't get into that yet. All right. Let's do this. All right. Let's talk about Courtney Clenney. The OnlyFans murder trial involving alleged. Well, it is a murder trial, but this is Courtney Clenney, an OnlyFans model who allegedly murdered her boyfriend, Mr. Obumseli, I believe his name was. She says she was being abused and attacked by him, and so she threw a knife, ninja-like, from 10 feet away that sunk deep into the right side of his chest and caused him to bleed out and die. She's claiming self-defense. The prosecutor saying, no, you just straight up abused him and murdered him. That's the Courtney Clenney OnlyFans murder trial. It's been pending for a long time. It's dragging through the courts. And now we've got some new and seriously interesting updates that you're not going to want to miss. So stick with me here as we go through the updates in the Courtney Clenney trial. Well, the first thing we have to update you on is to lay the foundation here. Her mother is her mother. What mother doesn't love their OnlyFans daughter? Whether your daughter does OnlyFans or not, she's always your daughter and you always love her. Her father not only knew of her OnlyFans shenanigans, but was also her money manager, apparently, from what he was saying during some of the hearings that we've shown here on the channel. If you want to go back and check out the Courtney Clenney stuff, we have a Courtney Clenney playlist. So go check that out. Her father was her money manager. He managed all of her income, apparently, which is kind of weird and creepy, knowing that your daughter is out smashing people for the YouTube to see, and or for the internet to see. Your daughter's smashing dudes for the internet to see, and you're just like, hey, smash away, daughter. I'll take care of your money, which I just find a little weird and creepy. But that's what they did. But let's bring this up. Let's bring this up. OnlyFans model murder case. Courtney Clenney's parents have been arrested. Her parents have been arrested. What on God's green earth could her parents have been arrested for? Well, this is where shit gets real. This is where it gets real, folks. Courtney Clenney's parents, according to Court TV, are facing arraignment in Miami this coming Monday, February 12th. Kim and Deborah Clenney, Kim is the man in this relationship, and Deborah is the woman. Kim and Deborah Clenney were taken into custody last week from their Austin home on a warrant out of Miami. Their daughter, Courtney Clenney, is the OnlyFans model accused of marrying. We accuse you of marrying. Is accused of murdering her boyfriend. At issue is a laptop that belonged to Courtney's late boyfriend, Christian Obumseli, and his iCloud account. his iCloud account, which can be used to access documents, photos, notes, and contracts. Kim and Deborah were extradited to Miami, where they were booked and released. They traveled back to Texas and reportedly do not plan to appear in person at their Florida hearings. Arrest warrants for Kim, 60, and Deborah, 57, state that they are charged with unauthorized or excessive access to a computer system, or electronic device. Essentially, Courtney Clenney, who is accused of murdering her boyfriend, has had her parents arrested. Her parents have been arrested for allegedly hacking into the computer of the deceased Obumseli. Courtney, 27, is accused of fatally stabbing Obumseli during an argument at their condo on April 3rd, 2022. She has pled not guilty to a charge of second-degree murder with a weapon, claiming self-defense. Courtney has been in jail awaiting trial since August 2022. According to the documents obtained by Court TV, when Kim entered his daughter's Miami apartment to clear out her things after Obumseli's death, he took a laptop that had belonged to Obumseli. He took the victim's laptop. Police had not taken that laptop when they did an initial sweep of the apartment for evidence. The documents alleged that Kim tried to access the laptop before handing it over to attorneys representing Obumseli's family. In addition to the charges related to Obumseli's death, Courtney now faces computer crimes charges. We're going to get to that in a little bit. The arrest comes ahead of the hearing scheduled for Thursday regarding a gag order. You know, Courtney Clenney has done a lot of gagging. So now she's, anyway, sorry. Cheap OnlyFans model. Gag order, sorry. Frank Prieto, defense attorney for Courtney, released the following statement to Court TV. We believe the Clenney family has been targeted with some trumped up charges to discredit them in the press and make their lives miserable. It stinks of a power play by prosecutors to control the narrative. This Thursday, the state is seeking a gag order in this case. Now they've gone after Courtney's mom and dad in such a way that requires them to spend considerable time in jail. Well, without bond. Well, they've already bonded us, so get used to it. Had they done this in Florida, the charge has a $5,000 bond, i.e. $500 to a bondsman, and that's it. It appears the prosecutors are going for media mileage in this one with little or no evidence, as we have yet to know what the true accusations are. It's unnecessary and distasteful. All they had to do was a phone call, and we would have been in court. It's so inexcusable. Kim took the stand at Clenney's November 2022 bond hearing, testifying that his daughter had long endured mistreatment in the hands of Obumseli. He called the relationship toxic, saying, "There were many things a father who loves his daughter very deeply shouldn't have to put up with," Kim said. Yeah, like having your daughter have an OnlyFans account. But anyway, Courtney was captured on a security camera, brutally attacking Obumseli in an elevator 2 months before his death. Another video shared with Court TV by attorney representing Obumseli's family in a wrongful death lawsuit against Clenney showed the couple fighting in a room in Aspen, Colorado in 2022. That's update number 1 of Courtney Clenney. We've got 2 more updates to get through. So let's bring up the second article we need to discuss here in relation to Courtney Clenney and the updates surrounding her trial. OnlyFans model, Courtney, OnlyFans model. And not everybody that does OnlyFans is a model. Now, what you want to do, if you're into this and you want to compare and contrast, search Courtney Clenney OnlyFans and don't do an OnlyFans search. Just do an image search and see this super hot chick. I mean, Courtney Clenney was super hot, looking fierce. I mean, hot body, super hot, everything. And then look at her now. Without the makeup, without the filters, without the retouching. Just look at her in her prison oranges. She got the orange garb going. Look at her in her prison oranges. She don't look like that OnlyFans model, people. She don't look at it. She don't look nothing like the OnlyFans model, Courtney Clenney version. Equality, sorry, you were incorrect. She does not still look pretty cute. She looks way below average. But anyway, that's not the point. The OnlyFans model Courtney Clenney is facing new charges facing new charges 2 years after her boyfriend's murder. Prosecutors charged Clenney with 1 count of interception of wire or electronic communication and unauthorized access or excessive access to a computer. There's a video we don't need to see. Make it stop. Anyway, I guess it's not going to stop. Courtney Clenney, the former OnlyFans model accused of fatally stabbing her boyfriend back in 2022, entered a not guilty plea on Thursday for her 2 new criminal charges. As if charges of murder aren't enough, she's earned herself 2 new charges. In court, Assistant State Attorney Sean Abuhoff, I assume I'm saying that correctly. I don't know why I assume that because I never pronounced anything correctly. Abuhoff said they charged Clenney with 1 count of interception of wire or electronic communication, which is a 3rd-degree felony. Clenney, who's already faced 2nd-degree murder with a weapon, was also charged with 1 count of unauthorized access or excessive access to a computer for allegedly serving as a principal and breaking into her boyfriend, Christian Obumseli's laptop. Records show after Clenney killed Obumseli, many of his belongings were taken from the apartment by unknown people and were not provided to his family. Well, through investigative means, police said they discovered Clenney's parents, Kim Duane and Deborah Clenney, were trying to break into the victim's laptop and texted in a group chat about it. Are there any PIN/passwords we can try before you see her tomorrow? Don't put that shit in your social media messages. Don't post that shit. Is there any pins or passwords we can try to break into the deceased's computer before the computer is seized by the authorities or before we turn it over? Is there anything we can do to try to illegally access his computer? Yeah, don't do that shit. Don't put that in a group chat. Come on, people. Don't do that. He later determined the PIN was a number and not letters, and the next day wrote, "Hell yeah, that PIN worked," according to the warrant. Dude, don't do that. Kim, don't do that. That ain't smart. That ain't smart, bruh. God dang. Don't self-snitch, you dumbass. Kim, hold off on going through the computer, please. I don't want to turn you into a witness just yet if you find something useful, one of the attorneys wrote, according to the warrants. You know, the attorney's going, holy Christ, don't touch that computer. Holy fuck, no. You know, that's what the attorney's saying, but he's like saying, Kim, hold off on going through the computer, please. I don't want to turn you into a witness just yet if you find something useful. You know, this attorney is shitting bricks. Kim, why you got to do this, bruh? Only the parents and Courtney were charged for breaking into the laptop, despite records showing criminal intent is apparent when Clenney's attorney, Frank Prieto, eventually got a hold of the laptop and gave it to a technology consultant. Are there any PIN passwords we can try? These were possible. Was not sure about capitalization or spacing, but there are ones she could come up with. I would try all together and mix some capitalization and see if we get lucky. Now I know that the PIN is actually a 4-digit number. Hell yeah, that PIN worked. But that is great news, and it makes this easy, says the attorney. That makes this easy, says the attorney. And then the attorney's like, wait, no, don't. I can't explain why these charges were brought to begin with, other than that you will have to ask the state attorney's office, Prieto said when NBC6 asked him about the allegations. When this case will head to trial is unknown. That's one of the main takeaways. We don't know when the Courtney Clenney trial is going to happen. It's going to be a while, I think. It's going to be a while. Prosecutor Khalil Kinan said the case is going by slow and partially blamed defense attorneys. Partially blamed. State attorneys asked for a partial gag order. I subject all parties to no public statements unless procedural, Keenan said. Prieto said they should not be prevented from making public comments because it's their way of defending their client. Judge Laura Cruz is expected to rule on this potential gag order on Tuesday. The parents are expected to turn themselves into a Miami-Dade jail soon. All right, we're 2/3 of the way there. We're 2/3 of the way there. We've got through 2 of the 3 articles we need to update the Courtney Clenney. Yeah, let me guess. It was 1, 2, 3, 4. It could be 0000, her birth date. I mean, all of my 4-digit passwords are there. There's 2 I use. Oh, there's only 2 I use, and they're both ridiculous. So, yeah. Anyway. All right, let's get on with the final issue in the Courtney Clenney update. OnlyFans model accused murderer Courtney Clenney appears in Miami court after her parents are charged. Right. Well, this is from February 1st, 9 days ago. Oh, come on. Where's the... Oh, there it is. Whew. The article didn't load. OnlyFans model Courtney Clenney appeared in a Miami courtroom Thursday for a status hearing in the murder case of her boyfriend, Christian Obumseli. It came 1 day after her parents were also arrested. Clenney is accused of stabbing her boyfriend, Christian Obumseli, to death in their luxury Miami apartment in 2022. In court, the state is seeking a gag order. Yeah, they're always seeking those gag orders. On the case to prevent contaminating a future jury pool. Yeah, well, contamination is also another word we need to bring up. They're seeking to prevent information that will not be presented at trial from reaching the public, with a documentary by TMZ set to be released sometime this month. Okay, TMZ and documentary are not two things I would ever suspect of being used together in the same sentence, but hey, it is what it is. Obumseli's family attorney said they denied requests to participate, but members of Clenney's legal team participated. Earlier this week, Clenney's parents, Kim and Deborah Clenney, were arrested in their home state of Texas and are now facing felony charges of unauthorized access or excessive access to a computer. The charges are related to what prosecutors say was a laptop that belonged to Obumseli found at the murder scene. Courtney Clenney is also facing new felony charges related to that device. While a trial date has not been set, prosecutors are working to build their case against Clenney and convince a jury this was not self-defense, but second-degree murder. Local 10 News obtained an incident report from the Travis County, Texas Sheriff's Office, which may be used in trial. The report says Courtney Clenney was drunk and asked an 18-year-old in her parents' neighborhood to walk her home, but eventually became irate. The report says her mother told police she wasn't supposed to be drinking right now and apologized for her behavior. My daughter shouldn't have been drinking. I apologize for her for murdering her boyfriend. The run-in with police happened 2 months following Obumseli's death. Oh, there you go. Never mind. Since his death, troubling videos have surfaced showing a turbulent and abusive relationship. Video from an elevator shows Clenney hitting Obumseli repeatedly, and another cell phone video shows abusive behavior on a vacation. If convicted of Obumseli's murder, she faces up to life in prison. A trial date has not yet been set. Clenney's parents will be arraigned when they get to Miami sometime next week, which is this week. So, we'll keep you updated on the Clenney thing as things go on. And take care. Right. Hey, folks, we're done with the Courtney Clenney thing. Whiskey 77, slow down and pay attention. I know. Okay. He looks parched. I'm not parched. Moron. Okay, everybody's a moron. Right. So you all watched me read that. I didn't bring up the article apparently because that's me. Whatever. Yeah, we got Courtney Clenney here. Right. Let's see what we got at here because we're coming up to the end here. We're coming up to the end. We got one more story, the Dave Neal story in relation to the Jane Doe, aka Laura Owens, versus Clayton Echard tonsil twins case. That's my favorite. That's my favorite thing we're doing these days. It's just silly. It's just ridiculous from square one. Let's go through the super chats here. Okay, equality. We got you. MLS. Making law simple. Okay. That's not the real one. So I stopped streaming for a week and lawyers forget how to drink. See, that's not the real one. That's not the real one. You're not going to trick me. You're not going to trick me. Let's go Brandon Collective. I know that. I know that profile picture. Bob. Yeah, Bob. Bob. The mysterious Bob. Still too sober for my liking. We got 5 shots. Right. Fuck. Right. Thanks, Bob. Island, $2. Runkle is banned from OnlyFans as a creator. True story. I'll have to talk to Ian about that because now I'm suddenly intrigued. Now I'm suddenly intrigued. All right. Yeah, no, we'll get there. Yeah, 5 down. Fuck me. Runkle is banned from OnlyFans as a creator. True story. I'm just curious about that. Nailing maps to the wall since 1969, where they deserve to be. And I just realized this. If you were born in 1969, we're the same age. If you were born in 1969, I'm curious what month. How are we going to reconcile all of the 1/3 shots you admitted to taking on? I've never admitted to taking 1/3 shot. And oh, come on, 1/3 shots off my ass. More shots now as an offer of or proof or reparations. Shot reparations. I demand alcohol reparations. Oh my gosh. No, I'm not. We're just having fun. Now, see, we saved the best 2 cases for last. These are the fun cases. These are the ones we get to unload and have a hey, I can't use my sound effects. That's like a perfect hey phrasing thing. This is where we get to unload hey phrasing and have fun with the Courtney Clenney and the tonsil twins case. Right. Well, here we go. Let me. Oh, Lord. I don't want to do this anymore. Mother. Ugh. Oh, I got to bring up the doggo cam while we do this. Sorry. Sleeping Yoda. Sorry, forgot to bring up the doggo cam. Finally, Megan Fox is finally. Megan Fox tonsil twins time. Finally, Megan's been waiting for this. Oh, wait. That is slightly underpoured. There we go. Hydrate. I'm sorry. You have to watch me eat some of this protein bar here. I hate chewing on camera. That's just like my pet peeve, chewing on camera. If only Megan could do buttons for you. Just for fuck's sakes, we've been waiting for like 2 hours. No, you've been waiting for 3 hours and 12 minutes. No, this is Yoda. Megan Fox says, I'm laying on a neck stretcher thing. Questions. Covering your mouth is way worse. It's a thing like Koreans. It's a Korean culture thing that I've just like picked up because I live here. Like when you're like picking your teeth, when you're like chewing things, it's just you cover your mouth as best as possible. All right, got to mark those off. And I'm 3 shots down, and I'm only doing 3 more shots. I don't care if $1 billion comes in. I'm only doing 3 more shots because lots and lots and lots of reasons. All right. Well, the question is, do I do 1 more and then 2 after, or do I just do 3 after? I think I better do 1 more now. Godfrey. Oh, fuck off. I hate you, Brandon. Oh, God. All right, wait, which one's the cold water? Okay, this is the cold water. Oh. All right, we'll get into Dave Neal here and the Eckert thing. But I'm going to make Megan wait just a little bit longer. Oh my God, Megan? Laura Owens has a different kind of neck stretcher? No. All right, for the fourth time, I've got to put on my stupid interlude music while I rush down the hall, and then I rush back down the hall this direction. So hang tight. Give me like a minute or so. 346 of you are here waiting for the Tonsil Twins, Schrodinger's Kids thing. The Clayton Eckert, Jane Doe, Laura Owens, Dave Neal thing. Just wait. Give me a minute. I'll be right back, but put up with this nonsense interlude music. I'll be right back. Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, everybody. How are we doing? It is time. It's time for a new trial. I've been keeping this one a little bit close to the vest. Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land. I'm the Mauryan Empire or whatever, bitch snitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube. Hey everybody, I'm back. Isn't that better than the Ricada, oh, I got to pee and I can't hold my bladder interlude thing that is way too short and we always just get to stare at an empty chair at the end of the day sound bit. We're back. Why are we talking about Megan's hair and chat? Don't get Megan Fox started about her chair. I mean, her chair, God, her hair. You might be drunk if you confuse chair with hair. Jeff, get a urinal. Oh no! Just get a water bottle. All right, we're gonna get into this here right now. We're gonna our final story of the day. No, wait a minute. I did the one shot, so we got two left. We'll do the story. We'll do two shots. We'll hang out. We'll talk a little bit, and we'll call it good. All right. Are we ready? 333. Yeah, see, again, my big tell that I'm drunk is I can't feel my lips. My lips are numb AF right now. 335 concurrent viewers, 505 likes. So that's great. Continue to hit that like button. If you haven't subscribed and you're wondering what the hell's going on here, this is what we do. This is what we do. Oh my God, chat. I'll talk to you in a second. Oh my God, chat, I hate you. This is what we do here. We do insane things like case updates. We do trials as they come down, and assuming that she still goes to trial on February 21st, the next trial we're going to be doing is Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, the armorer in the Alec Baldwin Rust shooting. That's the next case I hope to be trial. That's the next trial I hope to be covering. We'll see how that goes. Hopefully it will stay on time, and hopefully it'll be streamed. If it does, I'm all over that. We do O.J. Simpson on Thursdays. We're almost done with that. We got about 2 more weeks of O.J. Simpson. We're doing the closing arguments now. We're into the rebuttal phase. So we're right at the end. Marcia Clark is going to give some rebuttal closing arguments. We're going to finish that out with a verdict. And then we're going to start on a new trial, a new retro trial. A man who allegedly, at least until we get to the verdict on the trial, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, killed 3 of his family members in a witchcraft ritualistic manner. That's the next retro trial we're going to cover. Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays we do just regular stuff, whether it's criminal cases, updates, social media things. We do lots of stuff on normal days. And once a month we do an F it Friday where we just say fuck it. It's fuck it Friday. We just say fuck it. We do whatever we want. We have a great panel of guests on. It's never not entertaining. We're going to be doing that 2 weeks from today on the 23rd. Next weekend, there'll be no Friday stream because I'm going to be in Seoul hanging out with some friends. And then we'll do the Fuck It Friday. Then the following Friday, I'm going to be in China hanging out with my dear friend Abby for 3 or 4 days. So there'll be no Friday stream that day. But do not miss 23rd Fuck It Friday, where it's just a pure griftathon. It's shots for drinks, kind of like what ended up happening today. So we'll be doing kind of a repeat of today 2 weeks from now. It'll be the Fuck It Friday drunken boozy griftathon stream where we have a great panel of guests. We'll let you know how the panel of guests sorts itself out over the next couple of weeks. Follow me on Twitter at the Legal Vices. That's it. That's the end of the grift thing. Make sure you hit like and subscribe. Where are we on our stupid poll? We have a dumb poll we do every day. Just remind you to hit the like and just subscribe to the channel. Today's poll. 6% of you say down with hot pants. 20% of you say up with mini skirts. 35% of you say, huh? And 39% of you say pants are prison. So there we go. That's our like and subscribe poll so far. We'll wrap it up after we read the Dave Neal update. Ugh. All right, let's get ourselves here. Without further ado, let's jump into this. Let me bring up the article. This is so fucking ridiculous. There's like ridiculous, and then there's just stupid. This is just insufferable. If you saw Megan Fox or Dave Neal himself covering it earlier today, this is what we're going to cover. I mean, it is so insufferably stupid. I feel like there will be further ado. There's going to be further ado. This is the payback I get for hair talk. Pants are prison. Right. This story sucks. Lol. Oh, I was laughing in chat earlier. Okay, first of all, we got nailing maps to the wall since 1969. If you do a shot right now, I will drop all claims of abuse because I don't want to go back and show you the footage. Truce. Yeah, we can do another shot right now. Why not? What do we got to lose? Oh, wait. I did that in the wrong glass. Hang on. In the titty glass. We got to do the shots in the titty glass for the Brandon Collective. That leaves one left. Oh, my God. Thank fuck for that. And Whiskey 77 with the $5 super chat. I'm drinking Bubba's MC Marshmallow Chocolate Whiskey. Dude, what the fuck? MC Marshmallow Chocolate Whiskey. That just saying that almost makes me retch. You're doing better than me, Lamau. See, this is the thing with these like liqueurs and things like these flavored whiskeys. There is so much sugar in them. You get effed up way faster and you get these nasty sugar-induced hangovers. Don't do that. Just drink normal whiskey, normal bourbon, normal rye. Don't do these flavored things. Oh, marshmallow chocolate whiskey? Ugh. Ugh. Seriously, that just kind of makes my stomach queasy just reading that. And a scorpion here. This is what I was laughing about earlier. Get yourself a catheter. Amazon has some hilarious. What is a hilarious catheter? As a result of 2 separate motorcycle accidents, I've had catheters in me twice. Ain't gonna happen. Nobody does catheters for pleasure. Nobody. All right. Without further ado again, let's get into Laura Owens. Megan, you off you fuck Megan. This is Megan Fox telling me to focus. She had something. Megan Fox she did her stream like a couple of days ago where she was convinced that Clayton Echard was shitting on her. And she literally like, okay, let's get into why I think Clayton Echard is coming after me. 17 minutes later, she's like, all right, let's get into it. Let's get into this Clayton Echard thing. Like 21 minutes into, she's like, all right, now we're going to get into Clayton Echard. Like 30 minutes into this, she's like, okay, let's talk about Clayton. And then like 40 minutes into this, she's like, finally gets into what she's talking about. And then before she gets to her point, she goes, oh, wait, my kids have problems. I got to go bye. And she's telling me to focus. Megan, I love you. You're hilarious. Don't do that. All right. Oh, God. Megan is so funny. And I love that people hate Megan because that just makes me laugh harder because Megan is so fucking hilarious. If you don't know Megan Fox, go to Megan Fox Writer on YouTube. She's absolutely insanely hilarious. She's not the thumb. She's the medium smart journalist. Just go to subscribe to her. Go to meganfox.locals.com. Subscribe to her locals. That's where she does most of her updates and most of her stuff. She's funny. I love Megan to death, and I take pride in being the only man that can keep Megan in check. I'm the only man that can control. Even Mr. Fox can't control Megan. I'm the only man on the planet that can control Megan. All right, here we go. Enough of this. All right, let's get rid of Doggo Cam. All right, so you can see the sun pounding through here. All right, got to warm up here. All right, for our final news story of the day. Megan Fox says it's true. Deep breaths, deep breaths. Hey, Ozzy. Thanks for being here, buddy. And Ozzy Overlord also needs everybody, literally everybody, to go over and subscribe to him. If you haven't subscribed to Ozzy Overlord, you are missing some seriously cool shit. Ozzy Overlord is an amazing channel. Every day he just brings law. I'm too liquored up to like law, love and laughter or something. Like anyway, there's laughter and law involved. He talks about hilarious news cases, weird news cases. Every Friday he does titty football with like the lingerie league football stuff. We watch that together, and it's absolutely amazing. Top-notch guy, top-notch commentary, super guy. Make sure you get over and subscribe to Ozzy Overlord because you will not be disappointed. He's criminally undersubscribed, criminally underwatched, criminally undersupported, and shame on you if you haven't already subscribe to Ozzy Overlord. Keep Megan Fox in check. Are you drunk? Oh, wait. All right. For the 8th time, without further ado, sorry, I didn't mean to cough directly into the mic. Theater face. Oh, I forgot Doggo Cam. There's Yoda's private bits. All right. Theater face. All right, we're going to be talking about the Clayton Echard, Jane Doe, aka Laura Owens, and Dave Neal case. For those of you who don't know anything about this, you're in for a wild ride. Clayton Echard, he was a bachelor on the show The Bachelor. He was one of the bachelors. He finishes that. He gets a realtor license, ends up getting involved in this person that we like to call Jane Doe because it's funny and it means we don't have to mention her name. And if you wanted to mention her name, it would be Laura Owens, but we don't do that. So we just call her Jane Doe. She seems to have forced herself into Clayton Echard's life. They hook up one night only. According to him and undisputed by her, engages in 2 incidences of oral copulation. Blowjobs. He gets 2 blowjobs in one night from Jane Doe. And then shortly thereafter, mere days after, she lets him know that she is pregnant with his twins. This man who got a blowjob has impregnated a woman with tonsil twins, with Schrodinger's kids, with any other euphemism you want to call them. Mouth hugs, as we've been told, mouth hugs, blowjobs, tonsil twins, Schrodinger's kids. Somehow she alleges she gets knocked up with his tonsil twins from two blowies on a May 20th, I believe was the date, evening. Well, she sues him for parental rights, child support, all of this shit. And he's like, hey, you ain't pregnant. We done nothing to get you pregnant. Nothing. And he's fighting tooth and nail to make sure he gets some sort of judgment or decision saying that one of two things: either she was never pregnant, or two, that even if she was pregnant, it was not his. She submitted sonograms that were literal copies of 7-year-old sonograms on YouTube where names and dates were changed. The timestamp never moved. She's been accused of being very good at arts and crafts and manufacturing evidence. She showed up at a hearing that she didn't know was being streamed to the internet in November, where she apparently had a fake baby bump on her. And I mean, at one point she's adjusting the baby bump, the little moon bump as they call them, which Meghan Markle allegedly had at one point. But she's adjusting the moon bump to where it covers her tit once and all this. It's bad. And one day we might watch that. But anyway, all of this is going on with Clayton Echard's case. He's defending himself against these charges of tonsil twins. She's not releasing any medical information. She won't there's been 3 paternity tests taken. The first one found little or no fetal DNA. The third one found little or no fetal DNA. The second one was apparently lost in the mail. The fourth one she refused to take. She refused to take it further. She hasn't released any of her medical information. She hasn't released anything to prove that she was ever pregnant. She made a motion to dismiss her case against Echard, and Echard's like, whoa, no way. We're not going to let you get off the hook that easy. I want a definitive judgment saying you were never pregnant, or I was not the father even if you were pregnant. So all of that is going on while Dave Neal, who is a Bachelor reporter, he does Bachelor Nation, he reports on issues relating to The Bachelor. He's been covering this this case. He's been covering this case. And she started coming after him as well. And as he's working through this case, we find out that Echard is not the first victim of her. And as we go through this, and you can follow my previous videos, Megan Fox's videos, Dave Neal's video, and Dave Neal Comedian here on YouTube, Clayton Echard is in fact victim number 5. Victim number 5. It's happened 4 times before that she's accused people one way or the other. And Dave Neal is reporting all of this. And then she files a lawsuit against him, a harassment lawsuit. And he's forced to answer it. And this thing was supposed to go, there was supposed to be a hearing on a couple of days, on Thursday, 2 days ago, I believe. There was supposed to have been a hearing. But Dave, being an upstanding guy, being a decent human being, whose wife is 7 months pregnant, he's got other things to worry about. He's got other financial concerns. He doesn't want to be wrapped up into this. She makes his offer to withdraw the case. He accepts. He's like, all right, I got bigger things to worry about. I got better things to spend my money on than you. I got my kid coming. We got all this stuff. And she said, okay, I will agree. Essentially, this is a nutshell. I will agree to withdraw my lawsuit against you if you sign this statement saying you will not encourage people to commit bodily harm against me. And while people are saying, oh, you should go to trial, you should take her to the limit, he's like, look, I got other things to consider. I got financial obligations. I got a seven-month pregnant wife. I got other things to do. This is essentially the same as asking me to sign an agreement saying I won't murder people. Okay, I got no problem with that. He's never encouraged anyone to do anything against this woman. He's in fact explicitly told people to not do anything to this woman. He doesn't even use her name. He refers to Laura Owens as Jane Doe. And I call her Jane Doe too as well, because that's how he handed the case to me. And I think it's funny. And I think it's hilarious that she wants attention and we won't even say her name. But so there we go. She served law talk with Mike with a cease and desist order, which he found hilarious and properly pilloried her for. But so eventually Dave Neal, the day before, so it was Thursday was the hearing. Wednesday, he signs the settlement agreement with her. You withdraw and I don't know the exact details, but he signs the settlement agreement saying, agreeing for her to withdraw her lawsuit against him if he agrees not to encourage people to commit bodily harm on her. Signed. Thursday, the judge dismisses the case. Everybody celebrates because we think this shit is over for Dave Neal. We think it's over, but it's not. It's not, Snorri Dog over there in the corner. It's not over because minutes after the judge dismisses this case, she rears her head again. This case against Dave Neal in relation to the Jane Doe Clayton Eckerd case that we thought was over is, in fact, not over. She has gone to medium.com, which is apparently some sort of amalgamation. It's a place where anybody can upload articles about anything, regardless of how stupid or ridiculous they are. She uploads a new article. Oh, and by the way, for those of you keeping score at home, suddenly after the 24-week mark, she says, oh, I'm not. She got a new lawyer. Her old lawyer, she's like, hey, peace out. I'm out of this weird fucking case. New lawyer comes in, and the day she gets a new lawyer, they announce she's no longer pregnant. She doesn't say if it was a miscarriage. She doesn't say if she was never pregnant. There's no explanation. She just says she's no longer pregnant and wants to withdraw the case. A little bit fishy. But anywho, so all this gets settled with Dave Neal. He's happy. He's like, okay, I can just sit here, no longer have to worry about this shit with my wife, my 7-month pregnant wife, just nurse her through, just take care of her until the baby's born. We do all this stuff, kumbaya, everything is great. Well, then one day ago, yesterday, on this medium.com where anybody can upload anything, a new article from her emerges. Laura Owens, the night things changed. So what we thought was initially some mouth conceptions has turned into something. This case with Dave Neal is settled. He signed an agreement saying he will never encourage people to do horrible, bad things to her. He signs it. The judge dismisses the case. It's done. But then suddenly, out of the blue, she uploads this argument like right after everything was settled and dismissed. The night things changed. I've been forced, says Laura Owens, not Jane Doe, Laura Owens. She put this out there in her own name. So we're going to say her fucking name in relation to this article. Laura Owens puts this out here. I've been forced to break my silence. And I wish I could do Megan Fox is like voice, but I can't use my soundboard shit right now. I've been forced to break my silence. Last night, something happened that I never imagined would be part of my reality. Threats against me and those I hold dear were articulated with chilling specificity. Chilling specificity and malice, all stemming from a smear campaign orchestrated by a content creator who has turned my life into a spectacle for profit. This can only be referring to Dave Neal, with whom she's settled her case hours before this shit. Hours before this shit. Like, she was waiting. She was planning. The wording that there's no question in my mind. The wording she used in that settlement, that you'll refrain from encouraging people to commit bodily harm against me, whatever that shit was, whatever the exact language was, that wording, she specifically incorporated that in because she was planning to release this shit. There is no doubt in my mind that's the way this went down. Have her put that wording in, sign it off, and then immediately she's going to start writing about shit that happened that immediately contradicts and goes against the terms of that settlement. No doubt in my mind. So all this specificity, there's these all right, threats against me and those I hold dear were articulated with chilling specificity and malice. Specificity and malice, all stemming from a smear campaign orchestrated by a content creator who has turned my life into a spectacle for profit. Crazy cunt, I'll find you, and all my N-words will shoot you. Justice for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. CLAYTON DAVE. Oh, it must be Dave Neal. Justice for DAVENEAL. Name of content creator. No question. Dave Neal's name fits squarely in that Justice for Dave Neal * out spot. So, crazy cunt, I'll find you and all my N-words will shoot you. Justice for Dave Neal. Name of content creator. One message read, another anonymously targeting my mother. These threats were not mere acts of internet cruelty. They were the direct outcome of his relentless use of my story for financial gain. Well, fuck yeah, he's using your case for financial gain. It's a public story involving public charges in a public court by people of the public. Public people are interested in this, and why the hell would you talk about this on YouTube if you're not interested in financial gain? I'm talking about this fucking case because I want financial gain from it. How is that? Of course I want financial gain from talking about this. The safety of my family, once taken for granted, is now compromised. I have a special set of skills. I will find you. Our lives are overturned by a narrative spun by a total stranger. 6 months of turmoil. For 6 excruciating months, this content creator has been the conductor of a relentless smear campaign against me, pulling strings a la Geppetto and painting me as a villain in a story so twisted from reality it's unrecognizable. Well, one of the stories is twisted from reality. I don't think it's Dave's. He has made videos about me at least once daily and sometimes more than that. Good for you, Dave. Monetize the fuck out of this. He has leveraged lies sourced from those with vendettas against me. Men I have restraining orders against, and men who have restraining orders against you, I might add, you crazy. Anyway, and told their stories as if they were the victims. You know why? Because they were the victims. They were the victims. He spun these fabrications into hundreds of hours of content, with each video, each post, not just an attack on my reputation, but a considerable source of revenue for him. And good fucking on you, Dave. Good on you, Dave Neal. Good on you, Dave Neal. Monetize this for as much as you can squeeze out of this shit. If she walks away tomorrow, if she says, okay, I really want to withdraw this case, you don't want me to, I will do anything it takes. I will admit that I was never pregnant. I will admit you, even if I was pregnant, you were the father. I will do whatever it takes to get this trial removed, and this trial is dismissed. Dave Neal's got nothing further to comment on this case. He's got nothing. But as long as she's talking, Dave, go for it. Monetize the shit out of this case. God bless you, brother. And you know what? You're monetizing the shit out of this. I'm going to ride your coattails. I'm going to monetize your monetization as much as I possibly can, because I am also a grifter. So Dave, keep going so I can keep going. That's all I'm saying. Love you, Dave Neal. We'll have Dave Neal on again soon, as soon as we can possibly arrange it, and as soon as it's reasonable to have it done so. All right. He's spun these fabrications to hundreds of hours of content with each video, each post, not just an attack on me and my reputation, but a considerable source of revenue for him. My attempts to seek help, including desperate 911 calls, have been obtained by his cult-like following. Christ. The cult of Dave Neal? Really? Have been twisted into entertainment for an audience that revels in my distress. No, we revel in the hilarity of this ridiculous fucking shit. This relentless assault has devastated my mental health and halted my professional... What professional life did you fucking have? His refusal to halt his attacks or remove the harmful content, my sole request, has left me with no choice but to pursue legal action for defamation, invasion of privacy, and intentional infliction of emotional distress. So what she's saying here is we had this harassment shit dismissed, and now this happened hours later, and so now I have no choice but to file more lawsuits against him? This chick is fucking stalking Dave Neal. She can't let him go. He wants nothing more than to never have to say her name again. And she's dragging him through. She's threatening more lawsuits against him after she wanted to withdraw the case. Oh, my Lord in heaven. But the real wake-up call came last night, proving that the stakes are far higher than reputational damages or court battles. This is about survival. A desperate plea. In response to the threats received, my family reached out to law enforcement. Then I reached out directly to the content creator, appealing to his humanity. I shared the threats verbatim, hoping the explicit calls for violence against me and my family, echoing his own hashtag, would be a wake-up call. I pleaded with him. Now, see, okay, we have to stop here, because Dave Neal has said that he initially got some email from her after the settlement went down, after the settlement was signed, after the case was dismissed. He got an email from her with it was like emergency in the subject line. And he's like, fuck this shit, I'm out. I want nothing to do with her. He just deep sixes it. He 86s it. He just throws it in the trash. He deletes it. Spam. Done. Well, apparently it had a message attached to it, which is what she's talking about here. I pleaded with him. The level of hatred you have incited against me and my mother has officially reached an unacceptable level. Within the last hour, conveniently an hour very shortly after her initial case being dismissed, I received a message saying, crazy cunt, I'll find you and all my N-words. We'll shoot you. From one of your fans. On her Facebook, there are posts saying, crazy cunt, y'all need to go out and shoot. And then they posted my dad's Facebook with an address that they believe to be my mother, saying, go shoot her. I know these are as a result of your inciting fans against my family because she posted justice for Clayton. Justice for Dave Neal. Content creator's name. I also received 6 extremely creepy voicemails, and my mom got 2 from fans you have incited against us, calling us cunts and saying other horrible things, horrific things. It's one thing to be the subject of online hostility, but it's entirely different and horrifying to fear for our lives because of your fixation. Dave wants this gone. He wants this gone. And in any realm of possibility, he's like, oh fuck, I gotta go to LA for this stupid hearing. The day before the hearing, she says, let's settle this. I will agree to settle this on the condition that you agree that you will not incite violence against me or my family, or whatever the wording of the settlement was. He's like, all right, I'm done with this shit. I don't want to fucking talk to you again. I never want to have anything to do with you. I don't care. I'm done. He signs it. The next day, the judge dismisses the case. And then hours later, she emails him saying, people are inciting us to violence against me and my family. You're violating the terms of your settlement agreement you just signed. The coincidence in this is off the fucking charts. Off the charts. The coincidence that hours after they signed an agreement saying he would not incite people to violence, she's like, you're inciting people to violence. That's some bullshit. Your obsession has propelled this situation to a level far beyond any bounds of decency. We are now fearing the real world consequences of your actions and are absolutely terrified. Waiting on calls back from both Phoenix PD and Scottsdale PD. Please stop making videos about me and my family and delete what you posted. We are terrified, she says in all caps. Sorry to do that. I just had to do that. Indifference and inaction. Yet the content creator's response, how the fuck long is this shit? I'm not okay, good. I just saw that the scroll bar was suspiciously not moving. All right, we don't have much more. All caps, quite rude. Don't wake Yoda. Nothing will wake Yoda. All right, let's get on with this. Wait. Indifference and inaction. Yet the content creator's response, or rather lack thereof, because he just sent it to spam mail because he doesn't want to fucking talk to you, was a stark testament to where his priorities lie. Despite undeniable proof he received my email, he publicly dismissed it, choosing instead to embolden his followers further, saying, we get enraged and we do something about it. Yeah, brother. Like he's Hulk fucking Hogan. Hulk Hogan doesn't wear skinny jeans. I'm just saying that. Sorry, Dave. I had to call you. Sorry, Dave. I had to call you out for skinny jeans. But you were wearing skinny jeans. We get enraged and we do something about it. His reaction underscores a harsh reality. He is motivated not by truth, justice, or empathy, but by a relentless drive for ego and profit. The next story. In his next story, I'm cast as the villain in a dispute with a contractor who I had to sue after he performed shoddy work on a barn. He labels this man quite misleadingly as my victim. Initially, this contractor agreed to a refund, but then disparaged, forcing me to file a lawsuit. After agreeing to a settlement, he dodged payment until his wages were garnished by court order, adding insult to injury. He lied about having children with cancer to garner sympathy, a complete fabrication since he doesn't have any children. Well, who the fuck does that sound like? Doesn't have any children? Who the fuck does that sound like? A complete fabrication? A complete fabrication since he doesn't have any children? Projecting much? And he was caught stealing valuable items. Now the content creator is on a mission to reshape this contractor's tarnished image, portraying him as a really nice guy and conveniently overlooking a history rife with deceit and legal trouble with at least 10 people that I know of. Well, she's been involved in trouble with at least 5 guys that we know of. Holy shit snacks. Holy shit snacks. Megan says, stop. I'm with the children. Oh, his portrayal of the contractor not only skews the real story, but actively fuels aggression among his followers. Roid rage. Significantly, sorry, anybody that wears skinny jeans doesn't get enraged. Just saying. This isn't just a case of creative storytelling. It's a deeply troubling misrepresentation that exposes us to harassment and worse. What the fuck are you involved in, woman? A heartfelt appeal in the wake of fear. Cape Fear, starring. Cape Fear was a good movie, by the way, starring Robert De Niro. The original was even better. Last night, my life was shattered by threats targeting not just me, but my family. Megan says he needs skinny jeans to force the rage upwards. That's what he says. Like the skinny jeans are like tight and constricting, and it forces the rage up into his heart. Skinny jeans. Why do skinny jeans? Last night, my life was shattered by threats targeting not just me, but my family. This nightmare scenario unfolding in real time has left us engulfed in fear. To the content creator, to David Neal, I ask you from a place of raw fear, please see the terror your actions are causing. This plea is a cry for empathy, for a shred of humanity to halt the cycle of threats your actions have perpetrated. Please let this moment where everything changes before these threats. Oh, please let this be the moment where everything changes before these threats from your followers escalate into real world tragedies because someone thinks they're doing your bidding. All right, Laura Owens, aka Jane Doe. Let me tell you something right now. Fuck off. Fuck right off. You fuck Jane Doe, Laura Owens. This right here, because they think they're doing your bidding. His bidding has from square one been not to mention your name, and to specifically and explicitly tell people not to contact you, not to have anything to do with you, not to do anything to you, talk about nothing. His explicit instructions are don't do anything. So to say that they're doing your bidding is absolutely crazy effing talk. This is all out of the woods. This woman is now, in my opinion, officially stalking and harassing him. Dave, this is not legal advice because I only do that when you're paying me $400 an hour. This is not legal advice. This is just entertainment commentary. Dude, get a no contact restraining order against this woman as soon as you possibly can. Filing defamation, harassment, whatever lawsuits against her. I don't know. I don't know if she has anything personally to satisfy a judgment that you might get or might not get, but definitely get a no contact order against this woman as soon as possible. As soon as possible. That's not legal advice. That's entertainment commentary. It's not legal advice because you haven't paid me $400 an hour to give you legal advice. That's our most recent update on the Clayton Echard, Jane Doe, Laura Owens, Dave Neal love triangle with tonsil twins, Schrodinger kids, mouth hugs, and whatever innuendo and insinuation and entendre you want to put on this case. We'll continue to follow it, and as long as this is going on in any respect, we'll follow it. Hope to have Dave Neal on as soon as possible. Follow along, like and subscribe, and hang out with me. There you go. Holy shit, we got that out of the way. We got one more shot to get through with our Royal Salute 21-year-old Scotch that I just don't like. Ugh. There you go. Final shot. Cheers. Oh, that almost didn't go down. All right, we've effectively dealt with all 15 of the Brandon Lesko shots. Nailing Maps to the Wall says, also, if you want to watch Jeff, watching Jeff legally live is a licensed practicing Texas attorney. What's legally live? What that means? Is this another YouTube channel? Now I'm 15 shots into this. If you're effing with me, Brandon, YouTube. Ugh. Legally. All right. This doesn't work. What is that? This video is. I have to do this shit because Lesko's messing with my brain. Legally live? Oh, it is. Oh my gosh. What the hell is this? Stream Snipe 2 MG Law. Well, what is this? All right, let. All right, we're reaching inception levels here. Hang on, people. We're involved in some shit here. Present share.
Pushed to use the non-lethal first.
All right,
you don't want it on that
here.
I know. I can't get on board with that though. I want the
let me mute that
option that won't save their life on the weak side.
I'm going to send a super chat here
for sure.
Well, but
legally live super chat. What are you talking about?
Hang on here. I'm sending a super chat to legally live.
No, for sure they do. Absolutely.
Stream sniping.
And that's the other thing. Like, I don't even know what that case was or that situation.
I see.
Yeah, she pulled her taser instead of her gun. But, to me, don't even carry the damn taser.
The gun instead of the taser. Exactly. That's the thing that I hate is like, I don't like that the narrative of it was supposed to be the taser was ever out there. You know what I mean?
Show me some love.
Okay. We can go back to Jeff.
All right, let's see what happens when I send my super chat here. We are now fearing the real world consequences of your actions and our absence. All right, I'm buying the super chat. The super chat's going through. On calls back from, and so you can see what's going on here. Where are we at here? Please stop making videos about me and my family and delete what you posted. We are terrified. She says it. All right. Sorry. Oh, Brendan, let's go. It's a lot more than that. Oh, wait, we missed that. The content creator's response. Oh, no, I've sent them the super chat. My super chat says, I see you. Shame, shame, shame. Haha, show me some love. Suspiciously not moving. All right, we don't have much. All caps quiet. Uh-oh.
Do you see this?
Uh-oh. Legally lost.
Because that's got to be Brandon. Oh, no. Right? Is that Brandon?
No, it's not Brandon. It's me.
Creator's response, or rather lack thereof, because he just sent it to spam mail because he doesn't want to fucking talk to you. Was a testament to where his priorities lie. Despite undeniable proof he received my email, he publicly dismissed it, choosing
is that really him?
Followers further we get enraged.
We've reached inception levels here.
Got you.
We've reached inception levels here.
But you're sniping him too. Why didn't he get you?
You were wearing skinny jeans. We get enraged.
It's a triple snipe stream.
We're way behind. I don't know how
far behind
hold
on.
We are.
Oh, it's not Brandon.
I don't either.
What's up?
Oh my God, what?
Because he doesn't want to fucking talk to you.
We feel behind, Jeff.
Help! I've lost control of my stream.
Oh, no.
All right, so
is that really him?
We've reached
that's terrible.
Levels here.
I hear an echo.
Well, of course there's an echo. We're like 5 levels of sniping here.
This is all Brandon's fault, Jeff. It's all Brandon's
triple
fault.
Snipe stream. All right, I've got to bail on this because I can't deal with this anymore.
I don't either.
All right, I have to.
Dude, that echo's terrible.
We feel behind, Jeff.
I've lost control of my stream. All right, whew. I had to unintercourse myself there. That was getting a little too hard to follow. That was fun. All right, so we stream sniped this stream snipe that was stream sniping the stream snipe. I'm sure that's like illegal in at least 48 states. I have no idea what's going on here. As you can tell, we've sort of kind of reached the end of our show today. Oh, my Lord in heaven. All right, I have to get things set back up here. Oh, that's funny. And I've only lost like 10 subscribers since we started today. So I consider that a successful stream. If I've gone through an entire stream and I've only lost 10 subscribers, that's a win in my book. That's funny. Oh God. All right, people. Let me make sure we've got everything taken care of here. What do we have starred? All right, we got that. This is Let's Go Brandon started this all. Legally Live says, sorry for the stream. No, go ahead. This is hilarious. That's fun. There's no need to be sorry. We're 15 shots into this. Is hilarious. MG Law is good people. Legally Live, I've now subscribed to you. You are awesome. Everybody go on over to Legally Live. She's clearly a good sport. MG Law, I don't know, he's a shady fuck. Do what you want with him. No, seriously. MG Law, subscribe to him. Subscribe to Legally Live. Let's Go Branton just informed me of her stream, so for her channel. So I'm now subscribed to Legally Live. That's awesome. You guys are fun. Thank you so much for the entertainment right here at the end. Oh, that was fun. All right. Oh, MG Law also feeling penitent. Repent. It's the Brandon Collective's fault. You're the best, Jeff. Thank you for everything you do. No, MG Law, you're the best. Thank you for everything you do. You're awesome. And Brandon is the king shit stirrer. All right, there we go. Make sure you guys go to MG Law and Legally Live and subscribe to them. They're good people. Oh my Lord! No, this whole Clayton Eckert thing is off the damn hook. It is so bad. It's so bad. She just will not let go. I don't know. I have no idea what it is, but my 2-hour stream went 4 hours and 5 minutes to this point. I've got shit to do. I got to try to unfuck my audio problems. So now is kind of the time to end. I have no idea how to end this other than to say, mods, thank you for putting up with this insanity. I have no idea what's going on. Thank you for being here. People in chat, you are the greatest chat. Chat is the best chat. Legal Vice's Vice Squad chat is hands down the best chat on the internet. I'm curious. Right now, what do we have? We have 313 concurrent viewers. Let me go over here to YouTube. Ricada has 1.8 thousand watchers, and he's got a bajillion more. I think per capita, I have better streams than him. Anyway, thank you so much for being here, chat. You are the greatest chat ever. And thank you so much for everybody that super chatted today. All the support you give me is absolutely invaluable. I appreciate every single thing. You guys can be doing anything on your Friday evenings, your Saturday afternoons, wherever you are, but you chose to be here with me, and I do not take that for granted. I graciously accept it. And a weird, super thanks goes out to the Brandon Collective for the insanity he got me involved in with the 15 shots I put away. That's going to hit me real soon. But thank you so much, Brandon, for being a super supporter of the show. You're an awesome person. Appreciate all of you from the $400 super chats down to the lowest super chats, the 99-cent stickers. You are all important, and it all represents a sacrifice you make for me, and I appreciate it. Closing us out for the day. Let's go, Brandon. You're capitulating like a broken Jim Cramer. That's funny. A broken Jim Cramer circa 09. That's actually funny. All right. Thank you so much. I'm out of here. I got to go hit the bathroom. Mods, chat, supporters, everybody, new members. Thank you so much for everything. We'll catch you later. Have a great day. Go check out MG Law or Legally Live. Law Rack saying peace out. We'll catch you on Monday. Bye now.